In this course, I will try to explain everything as best as I could, but if you are very new to the Blender, I would recommend you to watch my beginner course, which will give you a basic knowledge of at least a very basics of the Blender. And by finishing this course, you will have all the knowledge you need to go through this course. And if you never open the Blender before and you are in this course, I will try to explain everything as best as I could, but it would be better if you would have at least acknowledge how to move or navigate in the viewport. So let's begin by removing all the objects from this scene. We can leave a cube, but it's easier for me just to select all by pressing A and just delete everything. We can insert cube by pressing Shift A and Mesh and Cube. And now we have a default cube. I want to create a house, so I would like to scale this cube on the Z-axis. To do that, I will go into the edit mode first. So I'll press Tab, and now I am in the edit mode, and I will press S, Z. Now I can scale it, but I will press 2. It will just double the size on the Z-axis. And I will press Enter, or I can press the left mouse button. And now I have a cube which is 4 meters long on the Z-axis, so 4 meters high, and 2 meters width and length. So it's not very realistic realistic measures, but we're creating a stylized illustration, and that would work for us. We just need to have the right proportions, and we can change that anytime soon if we need that. So let's get back to edit mode. And firstly, I would like to create 2 loop cuts in the middle of the object, which will separate the first floor from the second floor, because it's gonna be a 2 floors building. So we can press Ctrl R, and when we are on the edge of our cube or this figure, it will give me an option to add a loop cut. If I will scroll my mouse wheel button up, it will give me more loop cuts. In my case, I need only 2, so I will leave it on 2. I will press left mouse button. Now I have those loop cuts, and I will press right mouse button, and it will stick those in the middle. I have more geometry on my house right now, but those loop cuts are a little bit far away from each other. So to make them closer to each other, I can scale them a little bit down. So if I press S and I will press Z, I can scale them on the Z axis and they will come closer together. So let's make it something like that. It doesn't really matter how high this is gonna be. It's gonna be the kind of a separator between the first floor and the second floor. And I need to extrude it on the sides. If I press E and I will try to extrude it, as you can see, it doesn't really work as I would like. So I can get back by pressing Ctrl Z, because I created new geometry just by pressing E. So Ctrl Z, and now I don't have any new geometry. I need to extrude along the normals. To extrude it along the normals, we have a shortcut Alt E. If I press Alt E, it gives me more options to extrude, and I need this option, extrude faces along normals. And if I press E, I don't need to press anything. If I slide my mouse, you can see that it is extruding inside or outside. In my case, I need to extrude it a little bit outside, and that's perfect. If I press 1, numpad 1, I will see the front of my house, and here I would like to create a couple of windows here and here. I will need more geometry. I will create a couple loop cuts. So actually I need 3 loop cuts. I will explain why 3 in a second. So I will press Ctrl R. I will scroll my mouse wheel button, and I'll create 3 loop cuts. I will keep them here. I don't know the proportions yet. I think the bottom loop cut is on the right position. I need to slide this down way more, so I need to select all the loop cuts. So if I press Alt and I select this, it will select everything around it. So I can press G, Z, and move it down to somewhere right here. And I probably need to move this down. So if I press Alt and this, it will select everything. And G and Z, it will move like that. So what I did, I set the ranges for my windows. Here is gonna be a window, and here is gonna be a windowsill. So that's basically the proportions for that. And I will create a couple vertical loop cuts. So again, Ctrl R, 2 loop cuts. I will move them somewhere here, and I need to move this loop cut a little bit to the left. So Alt, select everything, G, and this time X, and move it to somewhere here. And now I think that my window might be a little bit too low. Yeah, let's move it a little bit up. So let's deselect everything. Let's press Alt, this one, and by pressing Shift and Alt. Why doesn't work? I can select this, press Shift. Yeah, I can move it GZ a little bit up. And here I think it might be a good place for a window. If I go to the face select, I can press 3, or I can press this button, and I will have face select. I can select faces. I will need to extrude the window inside a little bit, so I press E, extrude, something like that. Because if you look at the houses, all the windows are a little bit moved a little bit inside, and we have frames and etc., and we have windowsills. So let's extrude this windowsill a little bit outside by pressing E to something like that. Let's select those faces, and let's extrude those along normals, because if we just extruded them, that wouldn't work. So Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and we need to extrude them outside, and that's great. Now we have this face, and I will need to add a couple of loop cuts because I want to add a window frame. So I need one loop cut in the middle, vertical one. So Ctrl R, vertical loop cut just in the middle. So I leave it right here, and one horizontal, Control R, and I will need to move this to, whoa, I pressed right mouse button by accident, but I can press G, Z, and move it in the place where I want them. Now I need to select all of those faces, but first I need to go to face select mode by pressing 3 or this, and by holding shift I can select all of those faces. And now I would like to insert those faces. The shortcut for that is I, and if I press I can insert the faces, but I need to insert individual faces, every face individually. So if I press I again, it will insert faces individually, and that's exactly what I need. And once again, I need to extrude the glasses of the window a little bit inside, so E, a little bit inside, and that's our window. Now let's create another window in the same way. I'm gonna do that a little bit faster than I did with the first window. So we are gonna create 2 loop cuts, vertical ones, something like that. Move them somewhere here. I think we can move this a little bit closer to the first one by pressing G and X, I believe. Yeah. Again, we can go to the face select mode, select this and this, extrude it inside a little bit. We can create a windowsill by extruding outside and selecting those faces and extruding along normals. Accidentally try to extrude it normally, but Alt E, extrude faces along normals, extrude it outside, and we need 1 loop cut, vertical loop cut, so Control R here, and we can select the faces. I do something like that, and that's this second window. So we created the windows. You can save it by pressing Ctrl S, and I will save it like that. And now we will need just to press Ctrl S to save it, and that's it. I think we created this window too close to the side of the house, so I would like to move it a little bit closer to this window, and we can do that by selecting those faces, not those faces. We would need to select those faces by pressing Alt. Now if we gonna hold Shift and Alt, we can select those faces, and we need to select all of the window faces. So if I still keep Shift and Control, I can select those. Here's one unselected. I can select those, and I need to select windowsill. That's too much. Control Z. So I'm gonna select those 4 just by pressing Shift. This, and this. So we selected all of the window faces. That's a good exercise for moving through the blender. And we can press G and X. G and X, and we can move this window whatever we want. So I think somewhere like here would work much better. So again, just press Ctrl S, save it, and see you in the next lesson. So in this class, let's create the door for this house. And I think I would like to create this door at this wall. The process is very similar to creating windows. We can press Ctrl R and scroll the mouse wheel up. In that way we will get two cuts, and let's confirm that by left mouse button and right mouse button. I think I am going to make the doors in this height, but I probably need them to be a little bit narrower. So let's go back to the edge select by pressing 2 and select those two loop cut edges by holding Alt and Shift. And now we can scale them on Y-axis a little bit till the proportions is going to be something like the real door. Okay, let's get back to the face select mode by pressing 3 and select those 3 faces. Now I would like to insert this a little bit. If I press I and I insert, okay, let's keep it this way, but I would like to insert it and keep the bottom part of the door not inserted. There is an option for that, it's called boundaries. So I and okay, we have both options, but it didn't work. It didn't work because we have, I'll get back by Ctrl Z, because it didn't work because on our house we have the ground, and we don't really need that in our model. So I will delete that. I'll select this face, and by Shift and Ctrl I'll select this face, and it will select all the bottom parts of the house. And if I press X, I can delete faces. And if I insert this now, you can see I have an option to have a boundary. So without the boundary and with it. So that's exactly what I need. And I'll minimize that. And now I would like to extrude those faces outside a little bit. So I will press E and I will extrude it just tiny bit. So now we have the form for our doors. And the next thing, I think we can create a very simple door handle. So I will press Shift and right mouse button where my door handle should be, so somewhere around here. And the Blender will snap the cursor at that point. What that means, if I will insert any mesh, it will insert that mesh exactly at that place. So I think I will need to insert the circle, and the Blender inserted a huge 1 meter circle. I need a little bit smaller one, so I need to scale it down to something 0.2, and I don't need that many vertices. It's gonna be a very small object, and we probably hardly even see that on our camera view. So I will reduce the vertices to something like 8, and I would like to rotate it on Y-axis. So R, Y, and 90. So now I have a circle at the spot where I want it to be. I just want it a little bit smaller, so S, and I will scale it down a little bit, and I will move this one a little bit to somewhere here. I don't want it to block my view, and I would like to extrude it a little bit outside. So if I press E and I will extrude, nothing happens. And the problem is because I am in the face select mode, and the circles do not have any faces. It has only vertices and edges. So I will back to edge select mode, and if I will extrude it now, it works. So I will extrude on x-axis just a little bit. I would like to add another object on this part, and if I will add my object, it will appear right here. So I can press Shift S, and now I have a lot of options. What can I do with my cursor? And I would like to select this cursor to select it, and it will snap to this position. And now my new object will appear at this exact position. I'll press Shift A, and I have this menu. So I need a UV sphere this time. And again, we can't see anything because this UV sphere is 1 meter in radius. So I'll reduce that, and I will zoom in again. I think this time we need something like 0.03. Probably if you press Shift, you can be more precise with your scaling, because it's very, without Shift it's hard to scale and be precise. But if I hold Shift, I can be more precise. And again, I don't need that many segments and rings, so I'll reduce those to 8 and those to 8 also. And yeah, that's cool. Now I would like to move it a little bit outside. So I will press 1, and I will see everything from the side, and I can press this wireframe mode, or I can press Z and move my mouse by holding Z, and I have those options. So I will go to wireframe mode, I'll press G, and I will move it a little bit outside, and I will press X, and X probably, yeah, that's X axis, and that's gonna be our door handle. So G, and I'll move it here. How does it look? I think that looks quite great. So let's get back to solid mode. Again, by pressing Z, I can go through all of those modes. I will tab out, and that looks quite good. It's actually really good. It's a little bit low poly, but we will fix that at the end. So that's cool. And we have our door. I just noticed that those windows are not extruded in, so let's do that right now if you didn't do that before. So extrude it in. Maybe I didn't save it, or I forgot at the last lesson. I don't remember, but now it looks better. So I think we need a balcony somewhere around here. I think I will place the balcony door in the middle, and somewhere around here the railings and the balcony. So let's create the balcony door. It's gonna be a similar process to the windows. Let's create 2 loop cuts by Ctrl R. and release those. We can select this one and press G, Z, and move it in the place where it's gonna be the bottom of our balcony, I think. Yeah, that's quite good. And the second one, again, I'm selecting with Alt and Select, is gonna be the top of our balcony door. So, probably it's good. I think that might be a good proportions for the balcony door. That's gonna be the same process. Let's get back to the face select mode, select this part, insert it by extruding in, so E, and extrude it a little bit in. I think I will need a loop cut around here, so Ctrl R, a loop cut in the middle, and another loop cut somewhere here, Ctrl R, and move it a little bit up. Let's insert those faces and go to the face select mode by 3. Let's select those faces, I. Let's press I again and insert individual faces, something like that. And let's extrude those in a little bit. So that's basically one big window, which is gonna be a balcony door. And now let's create a balcony. Let's go to the edge select mode by pressing 2 or this one. So let's select. I'm thinking about creating the balcony floor this wide. And since I don't know if that's the right size for the balcony, I will duplicate this vertex and I will create a new object. So yeah, I'll press Shift D, and as you can see, I have a new vertex. I will snap back that to where it was by pressing right mouse button, and it's here. I'll press P to separate it, and I'll pre-separate selection. And as you can see, I have another mesh, which is, if I will get back to the object mode, this cube, let's rename it house, and this cube is going to be balcony floor. So house and balcony floor. As you can see, we have only this edge selected. So I will tab into the edit mode, and I'll press A to select all, and I will extrude it on the Y axis. So E, Y, and let's extrude it just something like that probably. Yeah, I think that's good. Maybe a little bit more, so press G, Y, and okay, that's awesome. Now let's select those 3 edges. So this one, by pressing Ctrl, let's select here and here, and let's do the same thing like we did before. Let's separate this edge from the balcony and create a new object. So Shift D, let's press right mouse button, P, selection, and let's name it balcony railings. I can add a space here. Again, let's tab out, select balcony railings. Let's tab into the edit mode, select all, and let's extrude it up. So E, Z, and it's going to be a balcony railings. I would like to be those railings even, because we are gonna create a bunch of loop cuts and create those loop cut, and we will create those loop cuts into the railings by using wireframe modifier. So I would like to select those and press X, press this, and we deleted those edges. So now we can press Ctrl R, scroll the mouse wheel button up, and I think something like that, or maybe like that. Let's keep it this way. And that's gonna be our railings. So let's confirm, and let's do the same here. Ctrl R. We just need a little bit less of those, so let's make 3, and let's create 3 loop cuts here. Great. Now we get tab out and we don't see anything, and let's go to this modifier option and let's add a wireframe modifier. Boom, easy peasy. We can change the thickness if we want. So I will make it something like that. So we have our balcony, our railings, and one more thing. I think our balcony floor is a little bit too slim, too tiny. So we can select that in object mode, and let's go to the edit mode, select all, and extrude it by pressing E. So let's extrude it a little bit to something like that, and I think that's good. One more thing, if we select the house and we press G, we can move it, but our balcony stays in the same place. I would like to parent it to the house, so I will select the railings, the balcony floor, and then the house. You can see that the house is selected in a little bit different color. This means that it is the main object. And that means that we parent those objects to this object. So I can press Ctrl P and set parent to the object. And now all of those objects goes into this object, and if I will select my house and press G, I can move it. Let's create the rooftop now. So let's select the building. Let's go into the edit mode by pressing tab, and let's select all of those edges around on top of the building. So it doesn't select all, so I will select in this way by holding Alt and Shift, and we have selected those edges. We already use this technique, so you know how to do. We will separate those edges by pressing Shift D. So we have the duplicate of those edges. I will cancel the action by right mouse button, and I'll press P, and I will separate the selection. So now we have here, let's rename house railing. I will go to the object mode. I will select only the railing, and I will go into the edit mode. Now I can extrude it up by pressing E. Whoa, I need to select it first. So I select it by pressing A, and I will extrude it by E. I will fix the Z axis by pressing Z, and I think something like that might work. We have those edges selected, so I will duplicate those again. So Ctrl D, and I will separate those by P, and we will have railing top. So now I will go to the edit mode, and I will select only the railing, and I delete all of those edges in the middle of the wall. I don't know how to explain. So I will select those, X, delete edges. Whoop, that's too much. X, dissolve edges. Let's select those. Whoa, that was my mistake. X, dissolve edges. Let's do the same here. And on the last wall. Okay, we will have the same process like we did here. I'll press Ctrl R, and I will add many loop cuts. I think something like that would work. So I will keep it that way. If I will expand this, I see that we have 16 loop cuts. So I would like to keep the same proportions on other sides. So I would like to do the same here, Ctrl R. I will do something like that. And I did the right number. That's nice. Actually, we can change that if we missed. So I need 16. Same here, Ctrl R. Something like that. Here I made 19, so I will fix it to 16. And the last, whoa, and last, this should be something like, oh, that's 17. I missed by one. Okay, 16. Great. So now we have all of those cuts. Let's go back to the object mode by pressing tab. Let's select this and add a wireframe modifier. Yeah, that looks really good. Maybe I can increase the thickness a little bit. I think that's good. Okay, let's go down. Let's go to the railing top, and we have this, and we can add the skin modifier, and that will add the skin. And if we will go to the edit mode by tab, like we always do, and if we press Ctrl A, we can adjust the thickness of the skin. So I think something like that would work very well. And I would like to add a little bit thicker edge here on the top. So I will go back to the object mode, select the house, and go to the edit mode, and Ctrl R somewhere here. Now I can go to the face select mode, and by holding Alt I can select this, and I have the loop selected around it, and I needed to extrude along normals. So Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and extrude it out a little bit. Now it looks a little bit strange, but if we press this, offset even, it will fix that. So I think we extruded it a little bit too much, but we can scale it down. So you can just press S and scale it down. one more thing. Let's go back to the object mode. Let's select house railing and railing top. And I would like to move it a little bit down. I would like to move it inside of this block. So G, Z, just something like that. So now it looks that it is going from the block. And I think we can do the same with the balcony. We can select this. I'll make it a little bit thicker. So I'll go to the edit mode, A, S, Z. Let's make it a little bit thicker. Let's select those railings. I will scale them down a little bit. And if I press 3, I can adjust the position of them. So I would like to insert this inside of the wall and this inside. So now it looks like it's going from the wall, and here is from this block. I believe that's how balconies are made. Probably there are many different variations how it could be made, but at least my balcony is made in this way. Now I would like to add something on this wall because it's very empty. So I'm thinking about creating 2 new windows here, just like we did here. The same technique, same everything. So I will set up those lines. I will get to the edge select by pressing 2, and I will select and I will adjust those lines. This line is going to be the bottom of my windowsills, so I'll select those, press G and Z, and I think it is going to be somewhere here. I think that's very reasonable height for the bottom of the windowsill. I will select this one also, GZ, and that's gonna be something like that. And the top of my window is going to be maybe it can be at the same height of the balcony window. I think that's totally fine. That's the windowsill and that's the window. Let's create a couple loop cuts. We basically need 2 loop cuts. This can be the right side of the window, and we need the left side for this window, and for this window we need the other part. So Control R here, and I think maybe here could be the side of the window, and here also we need 1 loop cut. I'll select this one by pressing Alt, and I will press G and Y. I'll move it a little bit to the side. The same with this, GY. Those windows doesn't have to be identical, so I think that could be good. This window and this window. Maybe let's move this a little bit to the right. G and Y. Because we will see this house from somewhere here. We can actually set up the camera. It would be easier for us to understand how this will look like. I'm not gonna add anything on this side or in this side of the building because we are not gonna see those things. We will look at the window from to the house from somewhere like here. This is gonna be our perspective, and I think windows will fit the view quite well. So if you remember, like we did last time, let's go to the edge mode. Let's select those window sills. Press E to extrude it out. Extrude the window sills a little bit. Let's select those faces. I will do the same on those two windows. Alt E to extrude along the normals and extrude it out a little bit. Now let's select those faces and let's extrude it in a little bit. Now I need two loop cuts, so Ctrl R in the middle of this one and Ctrl R in the middle of this one, and I need a loop cut somewhere around here. Let's get back to the face select mode by pressing 3. Let's select those. Let's insert it by pressing I. And if it is inserting like this for you, you can press I again and it will insert individual faces. So something like that. And let's extrude those a little bit once again. So this is great. We created 2 new windows in something like a minute or something like that, I guess. The basic editing for the house is done. We will add some details for it, but for now I would like to create the rest of the scene. I would like to create a street lamp somewhere around here and the bench somewhere between those windows. So let's start with the street lamp. For that I will create the ground. I will add a plane, so Shift A and add the plane, and it adds in the weird position, so I will remove it by Ctrl Z. If I will press Shift S, I can select the cursor to the world origin, and now I can add the plane at the center of the scene. I can scale it up, and my house is in the middle. Basically my house is too low, so I can select the house. I can press G, Z and move it up, and I already see the problem. My roof railings are not parented to the house, so I will cancel the action by pressing right mouse button. I will select those, and house. I will press P, Ctrl P, and set parent to the object. And now if I select the house, press G, Z, everything works fine. So I don't know where my house disappeared. So G, Z, let's try it again. I'll go into the front view. I want to be a little bit more precise. GZ. So yeah, this is our scene, this is our house, and now we can create the street lamp. I'll press Shift and I will press right mouse button where I would like my street lamp to appear. So I would like it to be here. We will be able to move that to the other position if we will need that. Let's add the circle this time. This circle is way too big and it has way too much vertices. I think we can make maybe 10 and reduce the radius by a lot. Maybe 0.2, something like that. I think that's good. Let's extrude this. So if we press E and we can't extrude it in object mode. So let's go to the edit mode by pressing tab. Let's press E and let's extrude it on the Z axis. Make sure that you are in the vertex select mode or in the edge select, because it is not gonna extrude in the face select mode. So I'll select this one. It's easier for me. Or maybe let's keep the vertex select mode. Let's extrude it a little bit again on the Z axis. Let's scale it down a little bit. So that's the base of the street light pole, and we need I don't know if that's the right proportions. It looks huge, but anyway, let's try to extrude it. I think my street lamp is going to go to there, maybe. So I will extrude it on the Z axis. Whoa, what's happened? Control Z, extrude on the Z axis, just somewhere around here. And let's extrude it once again. So let's press E, Z, a little bit more, and scale it down. Or maybe like that, GZ, and let's extrude it a little bit more on the Z axis, and now scale down. So we will have a little bit more control. We can go to the wireframe mode by pressing Z, and we can select those, and we can move them down a little bit by G and Z, and we can create the shape that we want. Okay, I will get back to the solid mode. I think that street lamp pole is too thick, so I would like to scale it down a little bit. So let's press A to select all. Let's press S and Shift Z. I don't wanna scale it on the Z axis, only on X and Y axis. So now I can scale it like that. Let's make it like that. And I think that's way, way, way better. Maybe this one, this is a little bit too high. I need to go to the wireframe mode if I want to select all the vertices, because if I am in this mode, those vertices are not gonna be selected. But if I am in the wireframe mode, it select all. So GZ, I think something like that would look better. And that's great. So I'll press 3 and I will go into the side mode. I'll tab out, press shade smooth, and that's the base of our pole. So I'll get back to the side mode by pressing 3, numpad 3, and I will create another shape by pressing Ctrl A, and this time I will create the cylinder. Again, we have way too much vertices. Let's keep it 10, and radius is way too high. 0.03, I think that's enough. And let's keep it at depth at 0.8. Let's rotate it at 90 degrees, and we will place this one somewhere here. So it's gonna be another part of the base for our lamp. I still think it's too thick. I'll go to the edit mode and I will scale it down a little bit. And now I will adjust the length by going into the wireframe mode, and I will move this on the y-axis a little bit, and this one also G and Y, just something like that. We will be able to adjust that if we will need it. So let's go back and let's duplicate this in the object mode. So Shift D, we have another one. I will cancel the action by pressing right mouse button, and I will rotate it 90 degrees, or maybe 270. I need it like that. And I will move it on the y-axis, so G and Y. I'll go to the edit mode, again to the wireframe, GZ, nothing happened, G and Z, that's weird. Edit mode, let's select both, G and Z. It's working now. And this one, G and Z. And that's where we are gonna hang our lamp. But this construction doesn't look very stable. I would like to add another shape on here. So I'm probably gonna duplicate this one more time. So Shift and D. I have this one. I will go to the edit mode, select all, scale it down a little bit. I'll get back to the object mode. I will rotate it to something like that, and I will move it somewhere here. I will scale it down a little bit more on the edit mode. I need it a little bit tinier. So basically I am moving the object on the object mode, and I'm scaling and editing it in the edit mode. Why I'm doing that? Because if I will move this on the edit mode, for example, I'm in the edit mode and I will move it, my origin point is staying at the same place. And now if I'm going to rotate it, it is going to rotate around this one. So it's not very cool. That's why I'm moving the object in the object mode, because the pivot point stays in the same position. So let's have a look how from the other angles. I think we need to shade smooth those to make them smoother, and that looks quite good. Maybe we will need to shorten those things, but let's add the lamp now. So I would like to select this, press Shift and right mouse button. And now if we will add new things, it will appear here. So let's add the circle. So we have a circle with 10 vertices, and let's adjust the radius to a little bit smaller. Let's go to the edit mode. I will fill it in by pressing F. And now we have this thing. And once again, we can extrude it. So I would like to extrude it down, E and Z, Z, and maybe scale it down a little bit. Let's extrude it down again. And once again, let's scale it out a little bit. Let's extrude it once again. And that could be our shape, I think. Maybe we can go to the wireframe mode, select all of those, and move it down by G and Z. We can select this edge and scale it down a little bit. But that could be our lamp. Let's shade it smooth. I will move this, whoa, to here. And now I need to decide the proportions. I think this one is a little bit big. It looks massive on those tiny sticks. So I'll go to the edit mode, select all, scale it down a little bit, G and Z. How does it look now? Maybe it's too small now. So I will undo my actions. Yeah, it was better at the first time. One more thing that we need to do. We can select this, go to the edit mode, go to the face select mode, and let's remove this face at the bottom. And let's add a subdivision surface modifier, because it has a lot of edges and that would fix a lot of things. It changed the shape a little bit and I think I kind of like it. We can adjust it a little bit. We can select. Let's add another loop on the side and move it here. And if I go to the... Okay, that looks quite good. I think one thing that I would like to adjust, I would like to make those a little bit bigger, a little bit more thicker, not bigger. So I will get back to the side view. Let's select this one, go to the edit mode, select all, S, and I would like to fix the scale on the Y. I don't want to scale it on the Y axis, so I will press Shift and Y. And now it is scaling only on Z and X axis. So I will scale it a little bit up. I will do the same with this. Edit mode, A. This time I don't want to scale on the Z axis. So S, Shift Z. Something like that. Maybe let's go to the wireframe mode, select this, GZ, a little bit adjust. Let's select this, G and Y. And let's see how it looks now. I think that's way better. We can keep it like that for now. And when we will add more details. So yeah, let's keep it like that for now. And if we will think that something do not work with the scene, or if something is out of proportions, we can fix that anytime. And one more thing with this street lamp, we need to pair everything to the base of it, because now if I move it, everything it has its individual parts, and we need to rename it to keep our project tidy and simple. So let's select this, and this. Make sure to select the part of the lamp, the base of the part, the last. It has the different color. Again, Control P, set parent to the object, and you can see those lines. Now it parented everything to this one, and if I move it, everything moves together. And here I'd like to rename it to street lamp. And now we can save it. So I just pressed Control D, but we need to press Control S. In this lesson, we are going to model the bench. I am thinking to add it somewhere here near the house. Let's add the cursor somewhere here by pressing Shift and right mouse button. And let's go to the side view, and let's start modeling by adding the plane, I think, or cube. Let's do it with the plane. There are some reasons for that. First of all, let's reduce the size. It's going to be the leg for the bench, so it needs to be kind of tiny. I choose the plane because the object origin is going to be on the ground. What I mean, if I will add the cube, it will have the origin in the middle of the cube, and if I will want it on the ground, I will need to go to the edit mode and move it up, and now I will have the world origin at the bottom of the shape and on the ground. But when I have a plane, the wrong plane, I have this from the beginning. So let's delete this educational cube. I'll go to the side view by numpad 3, and I will go to the edit mode. Okay, and now I can extrude it. And I can extrude it to somewhere here. I can remove this fixation on the z-axis. If I press Z, now I can extrude it like that. And let's see how it looks. I'm not sure about the proportions yet, so let's keep it that way, and we will scale it up or down later in the process. So we have one leg for the bench. I will go back to the object mode. I will duplicate this by pressing Ctrl D. I will rotate it on z-axis 180 degrees, and I will move it on the y-axis to something like this, and that's gonna be the base. Okay, I will need another shape right here, so shift and right mouse button on this. This time I think I will add a cube, and it's way too big, so let's reduce the size of it to something a little bit bigger than this. We can navigate to the front right now, and we can move it up and something like that. If we will go to the edit mode, we can scale it out a little bit, and in the object mode I will move it a little bit up. So we have the cube here, and I'll go to the face select mode, select this, and I will move it on the y-axis to somewhere here. I'll move this one also on the y-axis a little bit, and I'll go to the object mode, select all of those, and I will move all of those parts on the y-axis a little bit because I'm running into the house soon, so I don't like that. GY a little bit more, and now I would like to angle this a little bit. We can do that in many different ways, but this time I think we can use this tool, shear. So if I enable it, we can shear it. We can angle this by moving both handles, and it's kind of the handy thing to do. Let's see the result, what we just did, and that's cool. As you can see, we can move it on the directions we want, and we have many options, but I think I'll keep it like that, maybe something like that. And I will get back to this, and I will extrude this. I'll deselect this Z thing. I'll extrude it like that. And again, we will need the same tool, this shear thing. Need to adjust it a little bit. Ooh, we need to make it wider, even wider. We need to move it like that, and a little bit wider, something like that. I think is good. So we have one side of the bench. And let's select all of those, and let's create the duplicate, but this time do not use Shift D, use Alt D. I'll show you what that do. I'll go into the front mode and I'll press Alt D, and I will move it on the x-axis to somewhere like here. And by Alt D we have an instance. If I will select this, as you can see, both of those goes into the edit mode. If I will select this part and I will move it, both of those parts will move symmetrically. And since we want both of the bench sides to be identical, that's exactly what we need. So I'll get back to the object mode. It looks a little bit blocky for me. maybe let's select those and move it on the x-axis a little bit. But we can try to add the planes here and to finish the bench and see how it looks as the final product. I'll add my cursor here and I will add the cube. I think cube might work. I'll go to the side view by 3. I will rotate it to match the angle, and I will scale it on the y-axis, but as you can see, this y-axis do not align. If I'll scale, it scales a little bit weirdly. But if I press Y and Y again, now it aligns to the object that I'm scaling. So once again, S, and I would like to scale it on Z axis and Z again. So now it creates something like that, and I'll move it by G to somewhere here. I will rotate it a little bit more in G, and if I go to something like to the front view, I can select this edge, this face actually, not edge, and I can move to on the x-axis, so G and X, and I can move this face on the x-axis too, GX to this side. I can move this G on Z and Z again. So we have it. Let's go back to the object mode, and we need to apply the scale, because if we go to the item, you can see that our scale is chaotic. So if we select this object and if we press Ctrl A, we can apply locations, rotation, and other parts. And if we will apply the scale, those values go to 1. So Ctrl R, Ctrl A, and apply the scale. Now those values go to 1, and keep in mind that you need to do those if you scale a lot in the object mode. So let's duplicate this by Ctrl D. Oh, those are a little bit too big. So I will go to the edit mode, select all, and I will scale it on the Z-axis. I'll do the same with this. Edit modes, S on the Z. Nothing happens because I didn't select all. So A, S, Z, and Z again. And now we can scale it. Go to the object mode, and I'll move it up. Okay, now it's better. And I'll go to the side view. I'll duplicate this. I'll add it somewhere here. I will rotate it to something like that. Rotate it back a little bit. G, Ctrl D, and add it here. So let's have a look how our bench looks like. It's not that bad. I think the angle is a little bit crazy. It doesn't look right. We can move this one up a little bit. Yeah, so a couple things. I think we need to fix the angle a little bit. We need to make it a little bit steeper, and I think we need to make this a little bit taller. So let's try to do that. Let's select this, go to the edit mode. Let's select this face. I'm going on the side view, G, and I will make it like that, and a little bit taller. We can again fix the angle a little bit. Let's get back to the object mode. Let's select this. Adjust. Let's select this. Adjust. This one needs a little bit more adjustment. And that looks way better. Instantly it looks way better. It is a little bit too big, I think. So we can scale it down. We can select all the parts. Don't need to select this. Select this, and if we scale it down, maybe a little bit up. That's quite good. I like it. Now I think we can join some parts. For example, this, and this. We can press Ctrl J, and now it's one object. We can do the same with this. So let's select those and Ctrl J, and now it's one object. And we can parent all of those objects to maybe this thing. So this, oh, it doesn't join all the things. Let's select this and this, Ctrl J. Now it should work. This, and this to this. So Ctrl P to the object. And now everything is parented to this, and whoa. And if I am moving, it moves together. And I think we can rename it to bench and this plane to ground, because it's a little bit confusing. Now when we have all the objects, the house, the lamp, the bench, we need to create the last object. That's gonna be the tiles on the ground. So basically the ground for this scene. I will add my cursor to somewhere like here, and I will press Shift A, and I will add the plane. And this time I will make it a little bit bigger. It depends on what size of the title you would like to use. I think something like that will work for me. And now I will extrude it. So I will go into the edit mode by pressing Tab, and I will press E, and I will extrude it a little bit. So this is my tile, but it is very perfect, and I would like to make an old house, a damaged house, and I would like to make the same with this tree. So let's damage this tile quite a lot. Let's go to the vertex mode by pressing 1, and let's bevel this corner a little bit. So Ctrl B, and as you can see, nothing happens. So let's press V, and now we can bevel this corner. I can select this edge, press G twice, and now I can slide the vertex C on this axis to something like that. This one too. We can do the same with this. Control B, V, and move something this to this. This one too. Control B and V. And this one, Control B and V. I would like to add a little bit more damage to the style, but I can't add the loop cut. For example, Control R do not work it for me because I extruded the style and now it doesn't work. So we can add a little bit more geometry in a different way. Blender also have the knife tool. It can be found right here. And it works like that. We can select the vertices. It snaps to those. And we can finish the action by pressing Enter. And it added new geometry to this. So I would like to add some kind of the cut into the style. So let's go to the vertex select mode, select this vertice, and bevel it. Let's bevel it. So Control B, nothing happens like with the corners, but if we press V, it just bevels it. It doesn't look like a crack right now because we have this face, but we can delete this face. We can press X and delete faces, but now it has the hole in it. And to make it look like a crack, we can select those three vertices and press F to fill it in, and do the same with this side and fill. So now we have some kind of a crack into the corner. We can adjust it by pressing, for example, G and G, this G and this. So here is our crack in the tile, and that looks quite good. Do we need to add more damage? I don't know. Maybe a little bit to this or this side. Let's add another crack like this. Just let's make it wider. So again, knife tool, the shortcut is K. And I will select this, Control B, V. Let's make it like that. And let's delete this face. Let's select those three vertices and press F. Let's select those vertices and press F. And now I don't want it to make it this deep. So I will press G and G and move it up. I'll press G and G and move this to this side. G and G to this side, and probably this one by G and G. It looks different. And since I don't want it to make very flat, I can move the middle of this object a little bit up. So G and Z. But it looks a little bit weird. We can add the proportional editing. The shortcut for this is O. So if I press O, it selects and deselect it. G, and it moves all the tile. Because the diameter of the proportional editing is huge, and if we move it a little bit narrower by scrolling the mouse wheel button, we can adjust it and move it to something like that. Probably it's not gonna be that flat, and if I tab it out, it looks kind of cool. Okay, so we have a style, and I would like to create a bunch of those. I will press 7 to go to the top view, and now I will decide. I think it's relatively too big for the scale of the house, so let's scale it down to something like that, and let's apply the scale, because as you remember, our scale is not 1. So Ctrl A and scale, and now we can start duplicating it. So firstly, I will add it here, and I will duplicate this time by Shift D, because I might need to adjust some of those tiles, and I don't want to make them all as instances. I'll start right here and Shift D, Shift D, and I don't need to repeat that. Blender has an option, an awesome option, repeater. So I can press Shift R and it will repeat the last action. Awesome, right? So we have an awesome option, because I accidentally can select the ground, my ground, and I don't want it to select it. I can disable it, but for example, I have this option, and if I click it, I can deselect the ground, and I no longer can select it. So that's cool, because if I accidentally drag like this, I would definitely select it. So we have those tiles. I will duplicate those, and before that, I think I will need to add those into one folder, because now it's just creating the mess. So just by pressing M, we can add those into the new collection, and let's name it tiles. And as you can see, those was thrown into the tiles collection. And since we are going to create more duplicates, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, and let's repeat this thing. I'll create a little bit more than I need. It's easier for me to remove the tiles by just deleting them than creating new one by one. So let's go back to the side view and let's see how it looks. We have a bunch of tiles. I think we need a little bit more tiles in this part and some rows here, and maybe one row behind the house, and that will look good. So let's get back to the top view. Shift D, let's add it here, and I'll select those. Shift D, I'll add those. That looks not that good. Anyway, I will adjust those by G. You already know what's going on. I'm just selecting both, and by pressing G, I am adjusting the position of the tiles. And let's add a couple more rows in the front. Just to be sure. I duplicated the lamp by accident, but we can delete it very easily. Okay, so let's go to the front view, and what we can see, we created way too much tiles when we needed. So let's delete all those 3 rows, and that looks quite good. Now let's delete some of those tiles, maybe this one, and those, and that looks quite good. Okay, now we need a little bit more variation, because all of those tiles are the same, they look the same. But if we will rotate some of them, that will add some variation, and that won't look that repetitive. So I will select random tiles, a bunch of random tiles. I'm trying to be as random as possible. And I will press R and 90, and that's a mess. I will I will cancel this section by right mouse button. So let's change the transform option to the individual origins. And now if we will rotate, every tile will rotate on its own axis. So let's press R, 90, and that looks a little bit different, right? Let's select a bunch of other tiles, again as random as possible. I'm just clicking anywhere. I'm trying to be random as possible, and again R and 180, so both will be rotated on 180 degrees. Again, very random. Sometimes I believe I will click on the same tiles, but it doesn't matter. I'm trying to be as random as possible. And let's rotate that on 270. And now they didn't look all the same, right? Maybe let's adjust those. Whoa, RZ90, and this one RZ180, RZ270. Yeah, so that looks way better. We can also, I don't know if we need to adjust the height. That looks quite good. I was thinking about moving some tiles a little bit down, and that would add a little bit more variation. But that looks quite good, and I'm not gonna do that now. Maybe I'll delete some tiles to have this more random look. We created the tiles, and we can save the scene right now. So before moving to texturing, I would like to fix some issues that I see in this model, and I would like to damage the house like we did with those titles. So let's start by fixing some things because I see some things that I would like to adjust. First of all, we have this edge and this edge of the house. I would like to add something similar at the bottom. So let's select the house and go to the edit mode, and let's create a loop cut. And I would like to add it to somewhere, maybe like here. And I will go to the face select mode, select this face, select this by control. I would like basically to go around till here, but if I will select this and go select this, Blender will choose the fastest way. So we need to select this, go a little bit around, and then select this. In that way we will select everything around this except the doors. So now I would like to extrude it along the normals, so Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and extrude it out. Now it looks a little bit weird, but we can select offset even, and maybe let's adjust the offset a little bit. So that's good. So that's the first thing that I wanted to do. Maybe let's adjust offset even a little bit more. The next thing, I would like to add top for the balcony railings, like we did here on the roof. So let's go to the object mode, select the railings, let's go to the edit mode, select this. Yeah, we need to go to the edge select mode. Select this, Control D, cancel the action by right mouse button. We still made the duplicate. I can move it, and now I would like to separate. So we can press P, separate selection, and if we go into the house, you can see we have balcony railings and balcony railings 001. If we go to the object mode, we are in the wireframe mode. So let's remove the wireframe mode and add the skin modifier. And let's go into the edit mode, select all by pressing A, and Control A, and reduce the size of it to something like that, maybe. Yeah, that looks good. And the last thing that I would like to fix are those doors. You can see that something weird is happening here, and I believe that I moved the door to the side or something like that, and I missed to select some vertices. So I will go into vertice select mode, and I will press Z to go into wireframe mode. And what we can see, I think we have those vertices which are just in the wrong positions. So if I press 3, I will go into the side view mode, and I can adjust those just by G. And the same with this one, G. No, something wrong. No, it's good. Okay. 3, G, And if I move it here, it should look, it should fix that. And now everything looks good. And one thing, we have this door handle, which is very low poly, and I can't sheet smooth it because I will sheet smooth all the house if I will do that. So I would like to select this and this door handle and this door handle, and I would like to separate it from the house. So I can press L, and that will select this object, and will press L here, and that will select this object. And if I will press P, I will be able to separate selection. And now the same like we did with the railings 3 minutes earlier. So now we have house and house 01. We can rename it to door handle. And now we can just go and into the object mode and shade smooth it. Okay, one more thing. This is clearly not linked to the house. So I will move the house a little bit and we will see what's not linked to the house also. So if I will move it, only the door handle stays out of the place. So that's good. I will get back by Ctrl Z, select this, select house, Ctrl P, set parent to the object, and if I will move house this time, everything moves together. But we are not gonna move the house, so it doesn't matter that much. But it's a good habit to keep everything neatly. So we fixed those things, and I think we can save the files. So Ctrl S. Now when basically all the modeling is done, I thought that it would be a good idea to break down the house a little bit. It's kind of perfect right now, perfect shapes, perfect angles, and I would like to break a lot of things down to make it like an old house. Maybe put some holes in the walls. Holes in the walls, yeah, nice. And a lot of stuff like that. But I think that the better process for it, it would be to add the color first. So to texture it, to add materials, and I think that would be easier because when we break down, we will add a lot of geometry, which will be hard to select basically, and it would be a little bit pain in the ass to color it. So yeah, I think in this lesson it would be a better idea to add the color first and then go into the details and then into the lighting. Let's switch from this viewport shading to material preview option. And as you can see, we don't have any material on our scene yet. Let's go to this material properties. So let's create the first material. It is gonna be the base of the house. So press new. Let's name it house. We will choose very simple materials in this course. Basically, we will change the color and some slight parameters. So for the house, I would like to use some kind of bluish material, maybe a little bit darker. Let's try something like that. I think that if we will add a different color for the second floor, It would give a little bit of character for the house, so we can go into the edit mode and select one, go into wireframe mode by pressing Z, or we can press Z, or we can press this, and let's select all the second floor. As you can see, everything is selected, and we can create a new material. So by pressing this plus sign and pressing new, and we will name it house. What's wrong with my spelling? House 2. And now if I get back to this shading mode, if I press assign, it will assign this material. As you see, our color is white, but if we will choose some kind of a brownish color, it is gonna be brown. Maybe it's too brown because I would like to have brown windowsills, but we'll see. This material is a little bit too shiny for the house. It looks like a fresh paint or something like that. I would like to add a little bit more roughness. So if you scroll down, you can see the roughness option between all of those many options. And if I reduce the roughness, it is becoming very shiny, like I don't even know, like glass, metal, something like that. But if we will go into the another side of the spectrum and we will reduce the roughness, it's becoming rough. It doesn't reflect that much of the environment. Our house is made from concrete, so I will increase the roughness to the max. And the same with this material. Maybe on this color it's not that visible, but also on the house 1 I would like to increase the roughness to the max. Okay, now we can go to the windows, and if we select the house, if we will get into the edit mode, we can go to the windows. And now I would like to go into face select mode and select on all the windows, windowsills, everything in this frame. Okay. The sides also is not selected. Let's select all of those. Here is not selected. And now when we selected everything, I would like to add the color of my window frames. I will create another material. So new material, new. I would like to choose the color, some kind of the brownish, like similar to the wood. Maybe something like that. I don't know if that's not too similar to the material that we have on the second floor, but we will be able to adjust that. And don't forget to press assign, because if we don't, this material won't be added to this frame. So if I press assign, now you can see it's brown. Let's rename it to window frames. So we have window frames material. Again, I would like to adjust the roughness to the max. So that's good. I think we can change now the material for the windows. We are gonna create the animation, and it's gonna be the day and night scene. And in the night, I would like those windows to shine and emit the light. To do that, let's create another new material. And that's a little bit annoying at first when you're creating those materials, but when we will have all the materials, it's gonna be very easy they just add it to the scene. So a little bit of patience, and I'll name it glass. And now I can change it to the emission material, but we can do this in this BSDF thing. Let's try to select some kind of a bluish color, and I will assign it to the glass, so we will be able to see what we are doing. So the glass material is kind of bluish, I think, and emission is black right now. So we can change the emission to pure white and to some kind of the warmer color, yellowish, orangey, something like that. And emission strength, we can increase that, but we can't see much yet. But let's keep it that way for now, and we will adjust that later when we will add the lights and basically in the next steps. Let's add the materials to windowsill. So let's select all the windowsill. If we press slash on the numpad slash, we will see only the house, and that might be helpful for you. So keep in mind about this shortcut, because in this position bench is covering the windowsill, so I can see it very clear. Here I will add the window frames material for the windowsill. So we are gonna reuse a lot of materials. Here is the same process. Let's select all the window frames. I selected a little bit too much. We can actually select in the windowsill too, because we will add the same material, and because we have a lot of details in the house, in the window, it's a little bit tedious process to select it and to select everything. And let's assign the window frames material. And for those 4 squares, let's assign the glass. So that's basically the coloring process. Let's do the same here. And now we will see if this brown material will work for window frames. And let's assign window frames material. And it has some difference, so I'm happy with it. That's great. Let's select those, add glass material. Awesome. Let's select this window this time. And one more time with this one. We can press slash again on the numpad, and we have the material for the house. Great. Let's go into the object mode, and let's select the ground, this huge plane. One thing, I can select it because I adjusted this. I disabled the selection, so if I get it back, now I can select it. And let's create a new material for the backgrounds, some kind of, I'll name it BG, as a background, and I will create some bluish, dark blue material for this. So for bench, we can reuse the wood material from the window frames. So select those window frames, for both also I will add window frames. Great, so we have a bench created, and let's now add the material to the tiles. For that I would like to I have a couple options. I can hide the house. For example, I will disable the ground selection again, and we can select all of those, because now if we select that, we select the house too, so we can hide all of those things, objects, and select all the tiles. Or we have created the tiles in the separate folder, so we can go into this and select those, create a new material, let's name it tiles, and let's add some kind of the concrete color, so some kind of a gray. We can't add the materials just by selecting multiple objects. There are other ways to add it, but let's add the material to this one tile, and then we will add it to the rest of it. Okay, so let's add the roughness, because the concrete is very rough, and that's probably good enough. To add material to the multiple objects, so if we select multiple materials, multiple objects, and we select the one that has the, for example, material that we need, as you can see, the object that we selected the last has, let me try again. The object that we selected the last has a little bit different color. That's the yellow instead of the orange. So we want the object that has material that we want to copy to select the last. For example, this one, if I selected the last and press Ctrl L, it gives me the option to link many data from the active object, which is yellow. So let's link materials, and now as you can see, all of those objects get the material from the active object. I hope it makes sense. It doesn't, leave me a comment, I will try to explain it better. So now if we want to add the material to all of those objects, we can select all of those, and there are a lot of planes here, 150 exactly. And let's select this or any object that has material already, the last. So by holding Shift I can select any of those, press Ctrl L and link materials. And now all of those tiles have the concrete material. Now let's go to the railings maybe. Or maybe let's select this block and we can add the house 1 material, I think. That will give a little bit of contrast. And now let's go to the railings. For railings I would like to add some kind of a bluish but a little bit darker material than this one, so we will need to create the new, or we can add this. So we have this material and we can press this and we will create a new material from the existing material. So this button, and now we have house 001. I will rename it to house 3. So that's the third material for our house, and now we can adjust it, and let's make it the darker house material. So let's add this material to this railing top also, so house 3 material, And let's do the same here. House free, house free. We can, I think we can add a different material for this top. So maybe let's add house 3 also, or house 2, I don't know. Let's go into the edit mode. If we press Alt and press like this, it's selected wrong, but if we do this, it's selected perfectly. And let's add the house material. So let's select this and assign. That's great. Let's select this and add house material. The same is, whoa, the same is here. We can use Control Shift to select all. If we select this and we holding Shift and Control, it will select all. And let's add the house material. So that looking good. Okay, what's left? We still have the lamp, which is going to be metallic, some kind of a black metallic probably, and we have the doors. I forgot the doors. So let's go into the edit mode. Let's select this frame, and we need to select this frame also. Okay, let's add the window frames material. And for doors, we can change the material for those parts. We can create new material, and let's choose the house free material, and we need to assign it. Nice. Okay, so the door will have house free material, and for this door handle, I don't know if we can reuse any material from that we have. For example, if I will add tiles material, but we can create a new material really quick. Let's add a new material. Let's name it door handle. And let's choose the color to something like that. And we will be able to adjust it a little bit later when we will have the lighting. Right now, I don't know what material I would like to add to this yet. So it's a little bit tricky. So let's move to our lamp. And we can create a new material, lamp. And I would like to add some kind of a blackish, maybe a little bit blue color, but here I would like to change, and I would like to increase the metallic look. So here you can see this option, and if I increase it, this material will look like a metal. And again, we can adjust the roughness. I don't want to reduce the roughness by a lot because it will reflect everything. So 0.5 might be great for this. And I would like to add this same material for both. So I'll select both and this one the last. Control L and link materials. So we have the materials for our lamp. And that's it. We added all of the materials right now. And let's move to the other part. In this lesson, I would like to make this house a little bit more cartoony. I would like to break it down quite a lot. And I don't want it to make it this perfect with the perfect angles and perfect corners and edges, etc. So we are gonna damage it by a lot. So let's select the house, let's go into the edit mode, and the first thing that I would like to do, it's just basically a perfect cube. scaled on the z-axis 2 times. So I would like to go to face select mode and select this loop, go into the proportional editing, and I would like to scale it down just a little bit. So it's gonna add a little bit of cartoonish look for it. So if I press S, you can see I can scale it up and down. And if I adjust the proportional editing by scrolling my mouse wheel, I would like to make it basically to the size of the house, and now I can adjust and scale basically a little bit more proportionally. So I will scale it down a little bit, maybe something like that. Maybe I need a little bit more, so S and a little bit more. And now it's not that straight. So that's really good. And yeah, we can start to break it down. The process is very similar to what we did to those tiles. We added a lot of cuts, a lot of bevels to the corners, and we are gonna do something very similar to the house. So maybe let's start with this middle loop that we extruded in the beginning of the course, and yeah, we can go into the face vertex select mode and probably bevel this corner. So Control B, V, and we can bevel it. We can select this, GG, and probably this, GG, and to make this kind of cut in the corner. I will go into vertex select mode, and I will select this vertice. And one more thing, I would like to add a lot of details into those two walls. I don't care that much about the back of the house because we are not gonna see it. I projected that my scene will be visible from this angle, so I don't really care what's going on in here. So I will select this bottom edge and I'll press Ctrl B to bevel it. So I'll bevel it a little bit. I will do the same with this. Ctrl B. I don't care how it looks. I don't even want it to look great. I'll bevel this edge. And this. Okay, so one thing that I like to do with those bevels, and especially when I'm breaking down things, so I would like to go into face select mode, select some kind of face, and disable proportional editing and rotate it slightly. It immediately adds some kind of a wiggly effect, and our eyes notices that it's not straight line, something's happened, and that's what I want to achieve. Let's do the same with this. So if we select this, Ctrl B, again we can bevel it. Let's bevel this. Let's bevel this vertice and add more details to it. Near the doors, I think we can adjust that. And again, I would like to rotate it a little bit. Let's go into the windowsills. Let's do a lot of the same thing. So let's move to other windows, since we are already working a lot with windowsills. So maybe let's continue. Okay, so that looks better already. It looks like low poly breakdown. We have this, so I'll go into the edge select mode and select everything in here. I'll bevel it, and I will do the same with the top. Whoa, that's I'll bevel this edge too, and I'm not gonna break too much things here. Maybe I'll just rotate it a little bit. So I will go into the face select mode and slightly rotate every 2 or 3 faces, so it won't be that straight. For railings, we don't have that much geometry here. We can add a bevel modifier. For example, here we can go to the modifiers tab and add a bevel modifier. It will bevel this slightly, something like that, so it won't have too much corners. I will do the same here. I'll add a bevel modifier, just something like that, and that will be enough. Maybe I will damage this by removing some of the railings, like it would be broken or something like that. Or maybe we can make them not that even. So for example, if I go to the front view by pressing numpad 1, and if I select those, I can rotate them a little bit. I can select a couple more random of those, and I can rotate them to the other side. Let's select those, rotate, I don't know, let's rotate it like that, and let's see how it looks. Yeah, it looks better. And maybe we can even take this one and press X, not Z, and dissolve edges. So one of those is even removed or broken, so that's good. We can do the same here. By pressing 3, we can go into here, and let's select I don't know, 3 or 4. Let's rotate them a little bit. We can select other. It's possible that I'm selecting the same. And maybe let's delete this, dissolve edges, and let's see how it looks. I think it looks better, right? It has a little bit more things going on. I'm not sure how much of those railings will be visible in the scene, but to be honest, I will adjust those too. It's really quick process, so it's not very hard. When everything is straight and perfect, it doesn't look that good, and it's not that interesting. We can do the same with both railings. My balcony and and my balcony railings are not connected to the house. That happened probably because I scaled the middle of the house in, so those parts left hanging in the air. So I'll select those and G and X-axis, no, Y-axis, and I will move those in. Now let's work a little bit on this balcony. Let's go into the edit mode. Maybe let's bevel this vertice. And let's maybe add the crack somewhere here. Control B, Control V. X faces, select those. Fill by F. And fill this in. GG. And maybe let's move those a little bit closer. This one. G and G. Oh, it's going on the axis. Anyway, we can press just G and adjust it. And we can select those. Control B. Slightly. We can bevel this by Control B. And we can do a slight bevel on this. Control B, very slightly. And I will go into the face select mode. I will adjust the rotation a little bit. Maybe this. Let's see how it looks. One thing I would like to probably add a little bit thickness into those railings. I can adjust the thickness here, so I can add a little bit more and add the bevel modifier. So now a house doesn't look that perfect. Another thing that I would like to add, I would like to create some kind of the cracks on the walls, and it should look like the paint would be cracked and fall off, something like that. So we can do that by selecting the house and going into the edit mode. I will remove this cursor. And selecting a knife tool. Knife tool can be found here, and we can just press it and use the knife, or we can use the key shortcut, and we have a knife. With knife tool, we basically can draw any shape. It snaps to the vertices, so that might be useful. And when we draw the shape, the loop, we can confirm it by pressing enter, and now we have this shape. So what I would like to do, I would like to select all of those, and I would like to extrude it inside, just tiny bit. So E. So cool. And we have this, and I would like to change the color of this to probably house 1, assign. That looks like that, and I think that adds a little bit of character to the scene. I would like to add another one here, and I would like to add this on 2 walls, on on this one and continue on this one, so in the corner. So let's press K, the knife tool, some kind of random wiggly stuff. And like that, enter. Okay, we can select those and those. This time we can't just extrude it, we need to extrude it along normals. So Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and let's extrude it inside. And this time I will use house 3. Maybe let's use house 3 in this one too, to keep it consistent. House 3, assign. Yeah, the darker color might look better in those. You can create as many as you want. You can create as many cracks as you want. I don't think that we should overdo it. 2 or 3 should be enough. And that looks quite good. I think we are nearly the finish line already, and I think we can create the camera now. So I will center my cursor, so I will press Shift C, and that will add it to the center of my scene. And now I'll press Shift A and I will add the camera. It should be here. I will move it to somewhere here, so G and something like that. Let's try again, G and something like that. And we can toggle to the camera view by pressing numpad 0. And now we can adjust the camera by many ways, but my favorite is view, navigation, and walk navigation. And now I can walk with my camera just like I am in the game. For example, if I press S, it goes back. If I press W, it goes forward. If I press D, it goes sideways. I can move my mouse and I can view in different locations by that. That's my preferable way to adjust the camera. For example, if I press Q, I can move down. If I press E, I move up. So that's super cool. It's just a little bit annoying to get into that walk navigation, for example, view, navigation, walk navigation. So I added that into my quick favorites, walk navigation and fly navigation. And yeah, so if you go to any option in the Blender, you can add it to your quick favorites, which the shortcut is Q. So you can just press right mouse button and add to quick favorites. And now when I press Q button, it shows my quick favorites. So basically I'm using that only for walk navigation because it doesn't have a shortcut, and that's how I can choose it very quickly. So let's adjust the camera. We will be able to change that anytime later, so it shouldn't be perfect, but it is gonna be a good guide how our scene will look like, and it will be just easier for us to set up the lighting. So now when we have camera, we can move on and create the lighting. So we can move to this viewport shading. And as you can see, it's pretty dark in our scene. Firstly, I will create one light here, and it will replicate the moonlight or something like that. It's gonna be a bluish light. So let's press Shift A and create the area light. I'll move it up, and I will look from the top by numpad 7. I'll move it somewhere here. I will adjust the angle by rotating it, and I will increase the intensity, and you can see it is lighting the scene. I'll change the color to a little bit bluish color. In our camera, this plane doesn't work very well. We see the edges, we see the rest of the world. So I would like to cover all the camera area with this background plane. So I can't select it right now because we disabled the selection for the ground, but if I will enable that, I can select it. I can go into the top view. I will rotate it a little bit to match the camera angle. I'll move it to somewhere here. I will go into the edit mode by tab, go to the edge select modes. I will select this edge, and I will extrude it on the Z-axis, something like that. Let's see how it looks on our camera. It looks quite good. And I will select this edge and I will bevel it by Ctrl B. I will add more loop cuts, and that should work fine. Let's have a look from our camera. I will go into the edit mode. I will press G and Shift Z. I don't want to move it on the Z-axis, and I will adjust it a little bit. So now it covers all the camera view. Let's get back to our lamp. I'll increase the power a little bit more. And that should be good for now. Maybe I would like it to bring a little bit to the front and to light this area better, but we will add a couple more lamps here and here. So I'm not sure how that will look when we add those lamps. Plus we will add one lamp in here, so that will look different, but we can move it a little bit to the front and rotate it a little bit. Another thing, I am thinking about adjusting the background plate a little bit. I think it's too dark. I'll make it more bluish. So I think that's better. And now we can add another lamp into the lamp that we created. If we press Shift S and we will drag the mouse to any part, we will see those options, and I will select cursor to select it. And now our cursor appears here, and we need to create the light bulb. So it's gonna be just mesh and UV sphere. So we don't need that many segments. I think 10 segments and 10 rings would be more than enough. Radius, of course, it's too big. Something like that should work. Now we can press GZ, move it down, and that's gonna be our light bulb for this lamp. We can scale it up. Press Ctrl A to apply the scale. And let's add the material. So go to the material properties, create a new material, select emission material. We can leave the color as white and increase the strength to something like 50, but we don't see any glowing yet. To see the glowing, we need to go to the render options. We will render the scene in Eevee. So let's play with those settings a little bit. If we enable bloom, it will enable the glowing thing on our scene. So let's see how it looks. So everything is glowing and we have lighting. That's great, but I think that's a little bit too much. So we can go into the settings and we can decrease the intensity. That's quite good. Another setting that I would like to adjust, I would like to increase the sampling. I have quite a good computer and it handles bigger samples very well. You can leave it as it is, but I will boost it up a little bit. I will make 512 for the render and for the viewport 124, something like that. So I will have a little bit bigger quality, but it will require more power from the computer. We will get back to those when we will render the scene. So we needed the bloom effect for and screen space reflections. That would be good too. As you can see, it gives the reflections on other things. For example, on the lamp stand, because it's metallic, so it reflects. We made very rough material for the concrete blocks, so they do not reflect that much. But yeah, that adds a little bit more realism to the scene. Motion blur, we don't have many motion in our scene, so we don't need that. We can add high bit shadows, but we don't see any shadows yet. Let's leave everything else as it is, and we will get back to this a little bit later. So we have bloom in this lamp, but I would like to add an additional lamp. It's just glowing for now, but it doesn't light anything. I will press Shift A, light, and I will add the spotlight in here. Let's increase the power because 10 watts do not light anything. I will move the lamp lower, so G and Z to here, and now we have a spotlight. We can adjust the color, the power. I will add a little bit bluish light for this power, 150 maybe. The thing that I would like to change is the blend and maybe the size of it. I would like to cover a bigger area and blend it a little bit more into it. I don't want to have that spotlight ring, so I will blend it. I wanted to say just tiny bit, but I will blend it to a max to the 1. I think that looks good. And the next light that I would like to add, I think that those spots here and here are a little bit empty, and it would be cool to have some kind of the hanging lamps in here. I'm a little bit lazy and I don't want to model another lamp, so I will reuse this lamp. for those. We will see how those look. So I'll select this, this, and this, and maybe a lamp bulb. I'll press Shift D, and I will move that. I'll go into the front view, and I will move that to somewhere here. I'll press 3, G, and it's huge right now. It's basically, it's too big. So we can scale it down. If we press S and scale it down, it scales all the parts individually. We don't need that, so we can cancel with the right mouse button. Or if you confirm that, you can press Ctrl Z. So we need to change this, transform from pivot point to bounding box center. And now we can change, we can scale the object, and it doesn't lose its form basically. So I will scale to something like that. Maybe I will move it up a little bit. That should be good. A small tiny lamp. Firstly, maybe I will link it to the house, because now it is linked to this light pole. So I will select this, select the house as the last, Ctrl P, parent to the object, and now it is parented to the house. Let's select the lamp again. We don't need to select the house. Okay, let's select it again. Shift D. Let's move it on X-axis. We can go on top. We can rotate it 270 degrees, and we can move it somewhere here, and again we can look it from the front and move it closer to the wall. Okay, that's good. We didn't duplicate this, so let's try to do that. I think that's good. It's in the right place. And now let's add the real lamp like we did here. So I'll select this and press Shift S, cursor to select it, Shift A, light, and this time I will add the point lamp. So we have a point lamp, radius is huge, and I will make the color a little bit warmer, so yellowish, orangey, something like that, and I'll increase this to something like 50. That creates the lamp. I will duplicate this by Alt D, and I will add this lamp here. So the same settings, same everything. If I press Z and slide this top, I can see how it looks. I can go to the camera view and see how the scene looks like. I think we need to move this bench closer to the house because it's too far away and the light do not light it properly, so we can move it closer to the house and see how that will look. I will select only this because, as you remember, and you can see those lines, all of the parts of the bench is parented to this part of the bench. So if I press G and I will move it, I can move it closer, and I will move it a little bit down And let's see how that looks from the camera view now. And that looks way better. Now we have light on the bench, which is good. I see another a little bit strange thing here. This part of the door frame is painted in blue. Let's repaint it into the door frame color. Let's select this, go into the edit mode, make sure you are in face select mode. Let's select this, and let's select those by pressing Ctrl. Let's choose the window frames and press assign. And that already looks better. So we still have those weird shadows, so it looks like the door is a little bit away from the house. We can fix that by enabling contact shadows, and that already looks better. We can play a little bit with the distance and adjust the settings in the way that we want. But now when we fixed those shadows, a little bit weird shadows in here appear. I think we can fix that by adjusting the position of the lamp. If we move it down, it fixes those on those parts, and we have some shadows here. But those are fine. We usually have something like that with the lamps. I will adjust that too. And let's see how it looks from our camera. Let's leave it like that for now. And if we want like that later on, we will fix that. Still, I think we need to adjust this moonlight that we have, this one, because this area is quite dark and I want it to be brighter on the night. So let's try to increase the power. And maybe let's direct it more to this part. So I will adjust it. I will rotate it a little bit. And let's see how it looks now. Now this part is a little bit better. I think we can adjust the emission of the windows, or we can go to the EV settings and adjust the bloom intensity or the amount of emission from the windows. Let's see how this emission looks like. I will select that and that should be glass. And how emissive is this? Emission strength is 38. If we will adjust it to something like 25, maybe it will be better. I think that it would be better. I think that it is better. We can even try to increase the intensity a little bit, so emissive parts from this lamp will be better. I will go into my camera view, and now I like it. I like how it looks. Maybe my background now is a little bit too blue, so we can adjust the ground base color a little bit more. Firstly, try to increase the roughness a little bit, so we won't have that much of reflection. And then I will make it a little bit darker. We basically lighted this scene. In the next lesson, we will create the animation and we will create the daylight. So let's create this day and night animation. For that, we will need the sun, so the sunlight basically. So we can press Shift A, and nothing happens. And now it's happening, but I would like to move my cursor to the center. So Shift F, cursor to the center. Shift S, cursor cursor to the world origin. I'm sorry. And now we can press Shift A, light and sun. What's cool about the sun that it can be anywhere. We can adjust the sun even if it is below the house. It doesn't matter the position of the sun, but I will move it up a little bit so I could see it better. And it works even if it is even if we place it, for example, below the ground. So now the sun is lighting the scene. We can adjust the strength, and I'll move it to the max, and that's gonna be the midday for us. And I will adjust the color of the sun a little bit. I'll make the scene a little bit warmer, just like in the summer. And I just noticed one thing, those rows, we can fix those by enabling shade smooth. And that's it, we don't have those rows anymore. So I will select my sun. Firstly, I will set up my midday scene. So I will go to the top view. Here is our sun. We can actually move it to the side a little bit so we could see it better. And now I would like to rotate the sun a little bit. I would like to create the angle to something like that, or maybe even more. And that's how our scene will look when it is the midday. So that's good, and we can set up our timeline. We will make an 8-second animation, but before that I would like to go into the properties and set the frame rate to 25 frames per second. It doesn't change much, but it is easier for me to calculate the length of a scene. For example, if I need 8-second animation, that's gonna be 200 frames. So I will set up the end of the animation at 200 frames. You can here set up the length, start, the end point. So it is going to be our animation. I can press spacebar and it is playing. I'll add a little bit more space here. So my midday is going to be somewhere around the frame 100. I will add a couple keyframes here. Firstly, I will go to the sun options and I will add a keyframe on the length of or for the strength of the sun. So that's when the sun is going to be the brightest, and the strength is going to be strength number is going to be the largest. So it's going to be 10, and we can add a keyframe by pressing this, or alternatively, we can press I, and that will add our keyframe. Another thing that I would like to do, I would like to change the timeline to the dope sheet. It is easier in dope sheet to adjust the keyframes. We have the strength of our sun, and the next thing that I would like to do, I would like to keyframe the rotation of the sun. So I will go to the numpad 7 and to the top view. I will select the sun, I will press I, and I will insert only the rotation keyframe. I can insert many keyframes for the sun, but I need only the rotation. Here we can see this sun object transform, and here we can have the sun, basically lighting keyframe, strength keyframe. I will add another screen. If I am going to any corner, you can see that mouse is turning into this plus button. So if I slide this plus button, I can add another screen, and I can disable it again by sliding it into other scene, for example, like that. So we can add as much screens as we want. So I'll disable this, and in this one I will have the view of the rotation, and here I would like to have a camera view, my camera view basically, and I wanted to see how it looks. Now when we have the day scene, let's set up the night scene. So I will get back to the frame 0. It's gonna be a midnight, and our sun strength will be 0. I need to add a keyframe here, because as you can see, we didn't add any keyframes to this part. I will press I, and the color of this just changed, and we added the keyframes here. In the midnight, I would like the sun to face the other side, so just rotate it by 180 degrees or something like that. It doesn't really matter because it is not gonna be visible at night. So now we have this animation, and we don't have a sun animation. We just have only the strength animation because we didn't add the keyframe here when we rotated it. So let's rotate it and press I and rotation. And now we have this animation. The sun is rising, but it is rising from west to east. Okay, we can fix that by rotating like that. I, R, and that should, yeah, now it is, the sun is rising from the east and moving to the west, and it stops here. At the end of the scene, I would like to add another keyframe, and I will rotate it like that, and I will insert the keyframe of rotation, and I will move the strength to the 0, and I will insert another keyframe. And let's see how everything looks now. It is rising and it is moving to here. One thing that I noticed, we have it is slowed down here, and I would like the sun move constantly. I don't want this Bezier interpolation. Select the keyframes and select interpolation mode, and it is now by default is Bezier. When we move the object, usually all the movement starts slowly, and it gets the speed, it gets faster, and at the end it slows down again. So that's the more natural movement, but for the sun it is rotating all the time, and it doesn't stop, it doesn't start slow, so we need a linear interpolation. And now it should work better. It doesn't slow down, it stops at the end. We can move those keyframes to, but it doesn't really matter that much. At the night we won't see the movement of the sun, we will see only the strength movement. So that doesn't mean that much. So that's good, but the night is very short. So I would like to increase the length of the night. So I will move the strength of the sun, both keyframes. I will move a little bit, maybe 20 something, 20, 30 frames. Let's try 25. 1 second. So this is going to be night. The strength of the sun is 0. Sun is still rotating like it is naturally. And then we have an early morning. Sun is lighting. We have midday. And we have evening. And again, somewhere around here, I would like to have a complete darkness. So I will select this and I will move here. Now we have the dark part of the night. And it repeats. It loops and repeats again. Let's see how it looks. It's night. And it's shining again. So great, that looks great. Okay, now that sun looks good, but I don't want to have the lights open on day. We can do the same like we did here. We can add the keyframes when the lights turn on and when the lights turn down. But I would like to introduce you one very cool option of the Blender. It calls drivers. If you ever used something like After Effects have expressions, and drivers basically is the same thing. You can add the relation from one object to another. For example, what we are going to do, I will tell, for example, this lamp to be bright when the sun's strength is low. And I will tell to turn off this light when the sun's strength is high. So that's basically what we are going to do. And what's cool about this, if we will decide to adjust the length of the scene, we will be able to move those keyframes, and we won't need to reanimate all the other lights. They will turn on or turn off based on the strength of the sun. We will be able to make, 400 key animations. That's going to be 16 seconds. We just need to adjust those keyframes. We won't need to adjust all the other objects. All the other animation will depend on the sun animation. I hope that makes sense. If it don't, keep up with me and I will show what I meant just in a second. So let's work with this lamp. Let's select the lamp. That's the spotlight that we created, and I would like to animate this feature, the power. I will press right mouse button. We can insert the keyframe, but we will add the driver. So the shortcut is Ctrl G, or you can just press right mouse button and add the driver. You can see that the color of this is changed, and we had a window that's popped up, and there we can, for example, press edit driver and we have this window again. It is a little bit annoying because if we press anywhere else, it disappears again. So we can open drivers editor. That's basically the same window, just we have a little bit more controls. We have this window. It might look difficult to understand it the first time you view at this. I'll try to show you and to make you understand it better. I don't want to go too deep into those driver things. In our case, we will use scripted expression. Here we need to change this option to single property. And here we need to choose our sun. So first thing, we need to change the type to the light. And here we see our lights. So we will choose the sun, and I will move this up a little bit. We have the path. The path is basically, we need to show this driver that we need to look at the strength of the sun. So here we need the strength path, but I'm not sure about the terminology of those paths. But Blender has a cool feature. For example, if we select the sun and go to the strength and press right mouse button, we can copy data path. And that's exactly what we need. So let's copy this. Let's go back to the spotlight, and we can press Ctrl V and edit. And our path was energy, not a strength at all. So that's a little bit tricky, but when you can copy this path, that's not that hard. So we have our energy, and it already shows the value of the keyframe that we in. For example, at keyframe 99 we have the energy value of 9.995. At keyframe 100 we should have a 10, like we set up the keyframe, and at keyframe 25 it should drop to 0. So that's exactly what we need. For our light, we need to set the power to 150, about 144. We set it up, but let's set it up to 150 or something like that. So how we can do this? At the frame 100, it should be 0, but for example, at frame 200, it should be 150. So we can write an expression. Now it's just a default expression, var plus 144. So it's like that, and it clearly do not work for us. Now it is even brighter at the day and not that bright at night, which is not what we want. Usually when we need to reverse the values, we multiply the thing by -1. So for example, var, that's our energy. We added this variation times -1. And theoretically, at the frame 100, we have -1 power, and at frame 200 we have 0 because our value is 0, and that doesn't work at all. So we need to make it different. In our case, we can set up something like that. At this frame, we have this strength of 10, that's our maximum strength. And to have the 0 light at this point, we need to set the expression 10 minus var, at our variation. And that's gonna be 0. At this point, it's going to be 10. But 10 is not enough for us. We need 150. So we can multiply that by 15. And that's going to be 150. But it doesn't work because if you remember from your math classes, when we multiply var first, but if we add the brackets here, like in the math class, now we have 150. And that works perfectly here. Here we have 0, and here again we have 150. One thing that I don't like, usually the lights in the streets do not decrease their value gradually. They are just turned on or turned off. It doesn't shine at half of the value in the morning. So we need to change that, and we can go to F-curve, and you see we have those keyframes. By default we have Bezier interpolation, and we need to change that to constant. And now we can see at this keyframe, when we need the full power, we have only 1 watt, and when we need no power, we have 0. So that part is good, but here is not that good. So we can change this one to 150, and here are our keyframes, and we can set up when it is turning off, basically, because now we have 150 and it turns off only on the keyframe 100. So we can zoom in a little bit, and we can adjust this keyframe. We can do it by hand, or we can change this number. So I will have I look here and something like that, and I think at this point we can turn, or maybe a little bit later, at this point we can turn off this light, right? So let's go to our graph and see where this point is. It is here, so it is 80 something, and we can move it to this point. It's actually 94, and we need 150. And now this lamp is not that visible, but if we play the animation, it's turned off, and now it's turned on again. So that's great. That's exactly what we need. We set up the first driver, and the other ones will be way easier. We can just copy drivers, so that's super cool. We can, I see the things that I don't want to see. For example, here we have 75 watts, and I don't want to see that. Let's see what's wrong. Let's get back to the drivers editor. And we have this keyframe interpolation, which is not constant like we did. Interpolation mode, and we need constant. And now we have constant. I probably made the constant interpolation just for one keyframe. So now it's just 0 or 150. Now it's good. Okay, we can copy this keyframe. Copy driver, sorry. We can press right mouse button, copy driver. And we can do the same thing for this lamp. But this lamp, we will need the same timing, the same everything. We just need to make it less powerful. That one was 150, this one is going to be only 50. We can paste driver, and it has everything. We just need to change the voltage. And edit driver, not edit, sorry, open drivers editor. That's what we need. And let's go to F curve. Let's zoom out. We can select this one, and we can just change this to 50. That's it. Easy peasy. And now when we can select this, we see how this moves. So we have 0 here, and we have 50 from here. Awesome. We can copy this, copy driver, and this is an instance of this lamp, so this one already has this driver. That's awesome. We don't need to add this anymore. Basically, the last thing that we need to do, we need to add drivers to the emissive materials for the lights and for the windows, because in the midday they are still shining, and that's not what we need. To make this process easier, I think we can copy the drivers from the lamps that we have, and we can add the same drivers to the light bulbs. So we can select those. We can go to the material settings. We have the color and the strength. We can keep the color, but we need to adjust the strength. The strength is about 54, so we have 50. That should work with 50. Let's paste the driver. And it is shining on the night, and when the lights go out, this one also gets out. The problem that we have, emission material goes black when it is 0. At the day, we need to make it something like 1. It is not gonna shine, but it's not going to be black at least. Let's open drivers editor. Let's go to F curve. And let's see. So we have this, and at this point it is 0, and here we have 50. So we can select this and enter value 1. Is it going to fix our problem? Yeah, that fixed it. So we have 50, and now we have only 1, and it is not glowing. That's what we need. This fixed already, and that's cool. So let's copy the driver to this bulb. Oh, we don't even have to copy it. This have the same. We used the same material, and we changed that for all of those. That's cool, and that was quick. That's very good. Now let's go to the windows. I don't think that we need this window anymore, so I will disable it. Windows, and we have a glass material. We can do the same with this one, and we used a little bit different approach in this. We didn't use emission material, we used this principle BSDF, but the principle is the same. We have the emission material. At this point we have about 25 of emission strength, so we will adjust that. But let's paste the driver and open drivers editor. Let's go to F curve, where our keyframes. Here this one is good. At 0 it's 1, and here we need to change at this keyframe value is going to be 25, and that should work. Let's see how that looks. At day it's like that, and then we have lights. Let's not keep everything that simple. I think it would look way better if we would offset those lights. For example, a couple lights turn on, then another one, and then another one, and another one. And that would look way better than all the lights turn on at the same time. So first, I think we can offset those lights a little bit from the street lights. It's okay when street lights turn on at the same time, but I don't want to turn on the windows at the same time. So we can adjust those. Open drivers editor, where are our keyframes? And here it is. We can go to F curve, and we can make it appear a little bit later. For example, we can adjust this, because street lamps lighting a little bit earlier than the lights inside the house. So let's see how it looks. House lights turn off, and a little bit later street lights turned off. That's cool. Again, street lights appear, and then the home lights appear. That's cool. Now I would like to offset those different lamps. So we need to create more materials, basically. We can go into the edit mode. To our materials tab, we have one glass material, and we can create a new material by pressing plus. We can create a new glass material by pressing this new material on the glass. And our default glass material now glass 001. But if we go to the new material, we can select the glass, and you see this 0. It says that this material is not used on any mesh. So we can select this one, and for example, we can use this material on this window. So we can select all the windows. It's not very visible, so we can go into the shading menu, and to be sure that we selected those, and we can select glass and assign. And now if we deselect everything, for example, we select glass 001 and press select, we see that those windows and those windows are glass 001. And if we deselect everything and select glass and select, those windows are glass. So great. We need to offset those, create new materials for those two. So we need two more materials. Again, I will create new material and I will create this new. And here I will add the glass because that's changed into glass 002. So this is going to be this one. And we need one more, so I will create one more. And I will choose the glass. So glass 3 and glass are empty, because if we select, nothing selects. So let's make this window glass 3, assign, and this window the glass, assign. So let's see if we made everything in the way that we wanted to make. Glass 001, select those two windows. Both are in the corner. I assume that this is the same room, so it has the same lighting. Let's deselect 002, this window, great. 003, this window, and just glass, this window. Awesome. So we have our material. We can get back to the this window, and we can work on our offset. So glass 001 we can keep as it is. It is appear on this frame, and 002 we can make it appear a little bit later. So edit drivers, not edit drivers, open drivers editor, F curve, and I want to see what I'm doing on the curve, so I just slightly adjust it, and that's it. So now we have, actually I don't see many changes. It looks like they all appear at the same time. 002 should be, you can go into edit mode and select this window. Okay. So it should appear slightly later. But it seems that it's appearing at the same time. I'm not sure what's wrong. 002. F curve. It should be offsetted, but maybe it's offsetted not enough. Now I made a big change, so now it's visible. This one lights up, and a little bit later this one. Great. So let's do the same thing with other materials. 003. Again, the same thing. Let's go to F curve and offset this even more. And let's do the same with just glass. And let's offset it even more. And let's see how it looks. I think they are too close one to another. We have this offset, for example. This appears, then this, then this, and then this. But I think we need to offset it even more. Let's go to 2 first. Or maybe to the 3, to the glass, to the last one, which... Actually, we have all of those glasses selected, so maybe we can adjust those at the same editor. So I think we can just select those and we can adjust those at the same editor, which is super cool. I even make this one appear later. At this point, I would like to add the last lamp maybe at this 180 point. So let's add the last lamp here. Let's offset this by to here and here. Let's see how it looks. We'll slide it a little bit to the side and I will play the timeline. It's good. I will disable overlays, so it's a little bit distracting for me. I don't think the last window is even showing. It should appear at this point, but it doesn't. So we moved it too far. And I made something here, which I didn't want it to make. Yeah, because our last keyframe is at this point, or maybe at this point, and we moved this further away from even from that, and this window is never shine. So yeah, we need to make it something like that, and that's good. I will disable this and we have our animation. Let's go to the camera view so we will see it better. So that's basically it. We at the last stage of our course. We created everything. We just need to export our animation. So we can go to the rendering tab. And before that, maybe let's go to the scene tab. And you can adjust those settings. You can choose the resolution. For example, if you want to export for social media, you can make it square for something like that, and it's going to be square. You can make it 4K. It depends on your computer. If you make the larger resolution, it will render longer. File format PNG, which is what we need. Compression, we are not gonna change much in here. So let's go back to the render properties and adjust some things a little in here. We can go to the color management and we can increase the contrast a little bit. So we have this look, and we can change to medium high contrast, which will add a little bit of contrast. Let's say if we are in maybe I even like the high contrast in this scene. Let's see how I think it's too contrasty at day, so I will go back to medium high contrast, but at night high contrast looks good. I think I will keep the filmic look, view transform, and yeah, I'm not going to change anything else here. On the render I have 512 samples. It depends on your computer, but Eevee is rendering really fast. I expect that you know the difference between the Eevee and the Cycles. Cycles is photorealistic render, which counts all the information and it gives more accurate lighting, shadows, etc. Eevee is faking a lot of things, but it's super fast, and since we are rendering 200 frames, Eevee is rendering one frame at something like 2 seconds, and Cycles it renders something like, it takes something like 20 seconds to render a frame for me. So it takes a lot of time with Cycles, but it gives a better results. I made the scene for the Eevee, so I will render it in Eevee, and if you want to try Cycles, you feel free to do that. Let's go to this scene option. Let's set up the output where you want to export your files. For example, I would like to export it to here. I created the folder already, and file format PNG. That's fine. So we can render the animation by pressing render and render animation, or just pressing Ctrl F12. So I will press Ctrl F12 and it starts to render. It takes a little bit time to prepare, and my first frame is 4 seconds, second frame is 3 seconds, and it is going down. Plus I have some programs running in the background. I will turn those off, and I will see you when this render is done. So now everything was rendered in, I don't know, in 10 minutes or something like that, maybe even faster, and I have all the frames rendered. You can see 200 frames, and you can compile those frames into video in any video editing software. But because we are working in Blender, I will do that in Blender. And I opened the new Blender file, and if we press plus button and we go to video editing, we can go into Blender Video Editor. It's cool that Blender have this feature. I'm not using that in my project. I'm using Premiere Pro for compiling frames into video, but since this is a Blender course, let's do that in Blender. So to do that, we can press Add, Image Sequence, and select the folder that we have our frames. We can press Alt A. No, we can't. So let's select everything. First frame, by holding Shift we can select the last frame, and all the frames will be selected. Let's change the end frame to 200 because we rendered 200 frames, and add image strip. So we have this, and make sure that the resolution is the same as your animation, as your animation's resolution. So we made 1920 on 1080. We made 25 frames per second. So let's change that. And let's change this frame start and end. Our animation ends at 200 frames. And that's basically it. We can select the output folder where we want to put our animation. So for example here, and the name, animation, compiled, accept. And let's see, do we need to change anything else? Basically not, we can render it. So the rendering is the same as JPEG rendering, or maybe we need... Yeah, so we need to change the output a little bit. It was hidden behind this one. So here is the output. We don't want to have output PNG again. The reason why we rendered that sequence in PNG, because it happens that 3D software is crashing, and if we are rendering at first in video format, like we will do now, and if the render crashes, we lose all of our rendered data. So it's a good habit to render everything in frames, in JPEGs or PNGs, and then compile everything into the animation. In that way, if something crashes, you can start from the frame that the last was rendered. So it's not that big a deal with this short animation and in Eevee when everything is rendering really fast. But if you are rendering in cycles and, for example, it takes a minute or 2 minutes to render a frame, it's really disturbing if you lose, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours of rendered footage because something crashes. So yeah, as I said, it's a good habit to render in frames and then compile it into the final video animation after everything is rendered. So let's change it to FMPG, FMPEG probably. So it's gonna be in MP4. We can change to output quality to high or lossless. It depends on you. I will choose the high, and that's basically it. We can render it. So rendering is the same as rendering image sequence. We can press render and Ctrl F12. So I will press Ctrl F12, and it's going render. That's gonna be fast. This time it's going to be fast because we have everything rendered. So let's see how it looks. If we go to this, we have our compiled animation, and it looks like that. Sometimes it happens that after the render you notice some things that you didn't notice in the viewport of the Blender, and that's noticeable. Those shadows are awful, and I expected them to be better in the final render, but it is still awful in the render. So I would highly recommend to disable them by clicking on the lamp and disabling those shadows, and that instantly look better. I will render another version of this scene. Here you can see how it looks. So I rendered this scene, and I have to say I'm not a big fan of it. When it is shown from the nearby, it looks quite good, but I added it on the thumbnail, and the very small image looks not that good, and I think we need to add a couple simple changes to improve the quality of it. So the first thing that I would like to change is those lights. Those lights overlighting the scene too much, and I think we can easily fix that by going into this lamp mode and changing the point lamp to the spotlight. It changes both of those lights together because those are connected, and I think that already it looks better. I believe that it would be better if we would expand this area of lighting. So we can go select the lamp, go to spot shape and expand it. I don't know, 65, maybe like something like that. And I will enable shadows. So that looks way better. I really like it. Another thing that I think is not that good, if I go to the camera view, I think our background is too dark. It's cool to have a dark background, but our black lamp is not visible at all, basically. At this scene and on the day scene, it's okay, but I think it could be brighter. So I will adjust the background on the day scene. So on the frame 100, it is the brightest part of the day, of the animation. So I will go to that, and I will go to material settings and change the background settings. First, I will increase the lightness of the color by this, and I maybe change the color a little bit to something more neutral. If I go this to the side of the circle, it gives me more color, but I will go towards the neutral. I think it gives us kind of almost white color, but at the night we have this light and it gives us this bluish color. Another thing, I will move this to somewhere here. I don't want it to interrupt us, or maybe I will move it behind the house. I can do that by shift and right mouse click, and I would like to add another light here just for visual composition. This corner is very dark, and if we add the light, it will give us a feeling that there is a window, or maybe something like here. So let's add it, and we will see how it looks. So Shift A, where is our lights, and let's add a point light here. I will move it up a little bit, maybe closer to the house, and I will boost the power. Okay, I will make it a little bit more yellowish, something like that. Maybe not that much power. I'll decrease it, but this is how it looks with this lamp and without it. I think it's better with. Okay, next issue that I found is the house. It's a little bit too dark, I think. I think we can add more light to make it more visible, because on the small image it blends too much to the with the background, so I think we can make it brighter. I have an idea, maybe if we would change the color to the lighter color. It's better to change that on the day lighting. Maybe I could make it a little bit like that, and let's see how it looks at night. I think that already improves it. Yeah, that's so much better. I'm considering to change the base house color to the brighter too. Maybe more contrasty. And let's see how it looks. Oh, it's not that good at night with this bluish light. I will get back with Ctrl Z. Maybe we can light it up a little bit, but not too much. And to give even more light for the house, I think we can move this a little bit down and maybe increase the power a little bit. So I will move it down, I will rotate it. Let's see how it looks. I think it's a little bit too close to the house, so I will move it a little bit away. Yeah, and I don't think that we need to increase the power, because then it is too bright. Or maybe we can add it to something like 180. It was 150 before. So 180 is maybe quite good. What about the color change? And I think this is looking already better. So let's keep it that way. I was planning to render the scene in Eevee, but the cycles became quite good recently and they are quite fast. So I think we can render it in cycles actually, and we will see how it looks. So we can go to the settings, to the render properties, and choose the engine to cycles. We can change the device to GPU compute, and let's go to the settings. There is not much settings that we need to change in the cycles. For cycles, I will enable this noise threshold. It gives the computer the options. For example, if there is not that much noise in the scene, it will render less samples and it's going to be faster. So that's really cool. And I will enable denoise for render. I can enable it for the viewport, and it just removes the noise, which is cool, but in viewport it looks a little bit clunky, and I don't know if I want to add it here. Maybe I will change the denoiser to optics. You can enable it optics if you have an NVIDIA GPU, or maybe I think it's available to AMD now, but I'm not really sure. I'll do the same for render. I will choose the optics denoiser. In the advanced settings, I don't think that we need to change anything here. I think we can press F12 and see how this scene looks like, because it just gives us a better understanding in the render view. So it rendered quite fast in 6 seconds, which is quite good. And this is our scene in cycles. And I think I like it. We can keep it that way. And we can use both settings that we just adjusted. I will render both of those scenes in cycles and Eevee, and in a second you will see the results. So this is where we left the last time, and before starting to working on this wintry scene, I would like to change this render engine to Eevee, and I will go into the render mode. I assume that you have a basic knowledge of the Blender. Maybe you finished the last course with this course where we made this house, or you have some knowledge of Blender, so I will go a little bit faster in this course compared to the last course I made when we created this house. So if it's a little bit too fast for you, you can jump into my beginner course where you will know the basics of Blender, or you can jump into the course where we created this house. And after finishing either of those courses, you should have a good knowledge of Blender, and you should be able to follow this course easily. So let's begin by creating the snowing effect. Particles which will be falling and which looks like a snow. So to do that, we need to create a new object. Let me enable the screencast keys so you will be able to see what I'm doing. So if I press Shift A, you can see what I'm doing. So Shift A, and I will add a plane. I will scale that plane to something like that, and I will move it above the camera view. So I will press G and Z, and whoops, G and Z, and I will move it to somewhere here. With numpad 0, I can go into the camera view, and I see that I don't see this plane into the camera. That's exactly what I need. I will press numpad 7 to go into the top view, and I will rotate this plane a little bit. I would like this rectangular to fit the camera view better. I don't want to see this angle. So if I press R, I can rotate it, and I will rotate it to something like that. Just basically, I would like to see this rectangular in this way. I will get back to the camera view by pressing numpad 0. I think that works fine. It would be a good idea to apply the scale. So if I press Ctrl A, I get this menu which the properties that I can apply. So I will apply the scale because I scaled this plane into the edit mode, into the object mode. So apply the scale, and now my scale is 1. So that's perfect. And if I go to the particle settings, I'll disable this by pressing N. So I will go to the particles, and I will press plus, and as you can see, we already have particles, which is kind of easy, right? So this doesn't look like a snow at all, and you probably see one thing. Those particles, it looks like they are jumping. So what's happening? Particles are appearing based on the normals, and if we go to the physics settings, no, not physics, to velocity settings in 1 meter per second, and it goes based on the normals. And if we enable face orientation, you can see that our normals goes to the, how to say, our face is orientated up. So our particles goes up, and then because the physics affecting them, they are going down. It might sound tricky if you heard this for the first time, but it's not that hard, and it's not that important because our particles going down anyway. But I would like to make it properly, and I would like them to go down instantly. So there are 2 ways how we could do that. We can rotate the plane 180 degrees, and then this plane normals will go down, or we can just change this setting and to the -1 meter per second, and the particles will go down anyway. So they are not jumping up and then falling down. It doesn't look like a snow at all, right? So let's adjust some settings. Let's go to the, for example, physics. What I would like to do, I would like to slow down this falling. It looks like more like, I don't know, maybe like um, a rain instead of the snow. So we can adjust the dam setting. It will slow down the falling because snow is falling quite slowly, actually. So something like that would work fine. There is another settings of Brownian. I don't really know Brownian. Yeah, probably Brownian. And if we will enable that, those particles wiggling, and this looks more like a snow. So that's exactly what we need. Maybe it's a little bit too much of Brownian. I'll reduce it to something like, I don't know, 8. And that's good. Another thing, those bubbles don't look like a snow at all. Those are halo, actually. And if we will render them, they wouldn't even appear in the render. For example, if I press F12, it will take a second and it renders, and we don't see any particles. What we can do, actually what we need to do, we need to go to the render tab and change as render as object or collection. But we don't have our snowflake object, but we can create it very easily. So I will press Shift A and I will choose the circle as my snowflake. Those snowflakes will be very small, and I will change vertices to something like 8 because we don't need 32 vertices. I will keep the radius in 1 meter for now. We will change that a little bit later. And now I will move this on the side by G and X. So I will go into the edit mode by pressing Tab, and I will press F to fill. So now we have filled circle, which is from 8 vertices. It doesn't look like a circle anymore, but that's fine. I will add some kind of a simple material. So I will go to the material tab, I will press plus, and I will choose the white color. And white isn't white. It is because this part do not have too much lighting. All the lights go here. If I will go to the daylight view, now it has the lighting. So that's just what we need. We will change the color of this a little bit later when we will add the snow, but for now it will work just like that. Maybe we can go into the edit mode, go to the face select mode, select this face, press E to extrude, and extrude it a little bit to have some kind of a weight. And I will press shade smooth. I will do that into the object mode. And that's basically it. That's gonna be my snowflake. So let's get back to this particle settings, and I will go to the particle settings, and in the render section I will choose the, I don't know what to choose because this plane is a little bit hard to find, so I will name it as snowflake, and now it will be easier for me to find it. So I will add it here, and now if I choose the object, I can choose the object, the snowflake. You can see I have a lot of objects here, but here is the snowflake. And or if it's hard for you to find it, you can just go to this, take this and select the object circle, and it is circle, but it should be snowflake. I think I renamed the wrong circle. That's our snowflake. And what's that? Oh, that's our particle system. Okay, I'll rename it this. Particle system. Now it's in the way as it should be. Great, so we have, let's play the animation again. I'll go into the render mode. As you can see, our snowflakes are falling, but they look terrible. What I would like to do, I would like to adjust the rotation, and I will enable the rotation. I will randomize it to something like 0.5, and if we play it again, boom, we have randomized the rotation and every snowflake looks a little bit different, which is cool. That's basically what we need. I see some issues. First of all, this shadow. I hate it because at the daylight it blocks our sunlight. That's our particle system. And another thing, those snowflakes also cast the shadow. I don't know about you, but when I look through the window when it's snowing, I don't really see the shadows when it's snowing. Theoretically, snow should cast the shadow, but they are so small and there is so many light bounces that usually we don't see the shadow. So I would like to remove those shadows from the particle system and from the snowflakes. We can easily do that. For example, if I press on my particle system and I will go into the shading mode, I will create a simple material. I won't even change anything, but now I have some settings for the shadow mode and I will press none. And that instantly removes the shadow from our scene, basically. Yeah, and I will do the same with the snowflake. I don't need to select both snowflakes. I will select my parent snowflake, and we already have a material, and in the shadow mode I will press none, and those snowflakes won't cast the shadow anymore. So that's great. I will go into the camera view again, numpad 0, and let's see how it looks. It looks quite good, right? It is snowing, some snowflakes are falling. That's good. I think we don't have enough snowflakes and our snowflakes are way too big. Those looks like, I don't know, coins are falling from the sky. So what we can do, we can scale them down first, maybe. So I will select the particle system, or I can do it here, or I can just press on here. And I will go to the particle settings, and we have the scale somewhere, yeah, on the render. So we can reduce the scale of our particles, and we can increase the scale randomness a little bit. And let's see how it looks now. It still doesn't look very good. Where is my scale? At render and scale, I still would like to remove this, maybe 0.02, something like that. That looks a little bit better. Okay. And I need way more snow. Way more. It's not enough, especially when those snowflakes are so small. So let's go to the particle settings and crank this number to something like 10,000. It doesn't change anything because we need to simulate this. So if I go to the start and start playing, now it's better. Okay, it's snowing. I think it's a little bit too fast still, don't you think? So we don't have this snow feeling. So let's crank that to damp a little bit more to something 0.2 and see how it looks now. Now it looks better, right? But we have an issue. Something happened and the snow disappeared, just basically from the bottom part. It happened because at the settings, by default, the lifetime of this snow is only 50 frames. Not the lifetime of the snow, but basically the lifetime of our simulation. So I'll change that to the 200. Now the snow is falling and it is falling here and even beyond. So that's good. That's what we need. I'll go to the render view and that looks quite good. Okay, that's awesome. We will change the snow materials a little bit later. That looks a little bit different in the when I'm playing and when I finished, because at the render settings we have render settings is here. We have viewport denoising. If I will disable this, we have a better view and it won't be that different when we playing the animation and when we stop. So it looks like that, and maybe we can create the snow for the scene, and then we will have a better idea how the scene looks in general, because now snow looks quite good. I think that's fine. Maybe it can be a little bit slower, but that's fine. Now I would like to add the snow to our scene, because it doesn't look like winter at all. And we can do that in many ways, but I found one very, very easy and cool way. Blender has a cool add-on. It calls like a snow or something like that. We can go to the preferences, to the add-ons, and search for the snow. Real snow, that's the name of the add-on. We can just enable it by clicking this, and this add-on is live. You can see that we can find it in View 3D Properties panel. So it is going to be here. We can open this by pressing this, or as you know, or we can press N and it will open this. And Real Snow add-on is here, and as you can see, it's very simple. Simple and easy to use. It has only 3 settings: the coverage, the height of the snow, and the selected faces. So coverage, and that's basically really straightforward. Coverage is basically the coverage of the scene. For example, it will add the snow on the faces that you selected and on the faces that have normals facing up. So for example, if I will select the bench, it will add the snow on both parts, but not on both parts, because both are facing to the side, and in reality the snow won't appear on the sides. So we can just quickly add the snow and you will see how it looks. Yeah, so it added the snow here, some, I don't know, the algorithm of this, it added on the top, but it doesn't add it on the sides. So I will press Ctrl Z and disable that. We have a lot of objects, and this snow, I will add the snow again on the bench. This, if I will select the snow, you can see that quite a lot of extra mesh. And if we add the snow on all of the scene, it will slow down our project quite a lot. I think we need to be a little bit selective on what we would like to add the snow. A little bit more about those settings. Let's add the snow here. 100% coverage looks like this. That's a big object. It will take a while to add the snow, but so that's why I am not going to add the snow on this big face on the ground. Basically, I will add just the snow material, and as you can see, it takes a while to add the snow on this. So as you can see, that's our 30 centimeters of a height of the snow and the full coverage. 100% coverage, it looks like that. It just covers everything with the snow, and that's really cool. I'll get back by Ctrl Z, and I will remove the coverage to something like 50%, and I will snow again, and you will see how it looks. It takes a while to add it, so I will fast forward this part. So you see that at 50% it added the snow and left some parts without the snow. It looks like that. The height settings, it's also really straightforward. Now we added the 30 centimeters of the snow. I will remove this snow, and I will add 100% of coverage, and I will add something like 1.5 meters of the snow. So let's add it to the same plane, and let's just add it, and you will see how... Oh, it doesn't let me to add more than 1 meter. That's good to know. So now we have more snow, just basically more items in my scene are just drowning in the snow. So yeah, that's the basic idea of those settings. And for example, I will get back to 0.3. And for example, selected faces, it works like that. If I press this, and I will get to the selected mode. That's not the best example. I'll create a new plane. I'll move it to somewhere here. I will scale it up. I'll go to this mode, and I will go to the edit mode. Select this and edit mode, and I will subdivide it to something like that. I will select circle, go to the select circle mode, and I will select, for example, this part and this part. I need to press Shift to keep the selection. Yep. I don't know how I forget this. And if I will, if I go to the object mode without deselecting this, I can press selected faces, add snow, and it will add the snow to those parts that I selected. So that's the basic workflow with this add-on. I'll delete this scene that we created. I'll get back to the render mode. And now you have the basic knowledge on how this add-on works, you can adjust it to your scene, or you can adjust to the scene that we are working on. So let's add this snow to our scene. What I'm going to do, I'm going to select all, and I will add the snow to all the parts that I want to add the snow. But I don't want to select all the parts. For example, I don't want to select this. So I will go and I will deselect the selection option. That sounds very strangely, but yeah, I will deselect the selection option. If you don't have this, you can go to the filter and you see that you can enable some tools, basically toggles. Yeah, toggles. That's the word. So if you see it like that, you can go here and select this, and you see the option where you can deselect selection toggle. You get the idea. So I will deselect this, and for example, if I press A, it selects everything in the scene except this. So I would like to deselect this and probably my snowflake. I don't want to add the snow on that. Camera is okay. It is not going to add the snow on the lamps. So if I press A, it selects all. And I think that's good. I just deselected those couple objects. And I will add basically the default settings to my scene. So coverage at 100% and height at 30 centimeters. And we will see how it looks. So let's add the snow. Whoa, wrong button. Add snow. It might take a while to add the snow. Or maybe not, I don't know. That's very weird. It added a lot of snowballs, but nothing appeared on my scene, only on the bench. That's very, very strange. I'll delete everything. Select objects, delete. I will delete this. So I had some problems with adding the snow, and I couldn't figure out what's wrong for some time. I only had the snow on the bench for some reason, and the reason why it happened because I'm stupid. I kept this selected face option, and I forgot to deselect it. I even started to Google about the bugs of this add-on, and I didn't find any bugs. Yeah, reason it's just me. So if you want to add the snow to your wall scene, you need to deselect selected faces. Unless you want to add the snow on certain faces, which is another story. So let's select all and press add snow. It will take a while. It takes me something like 20-30 seconds for my machine to my computer to add the snow. Because it has quite a lot of geometry in my scene. For simpler scenes, it adds the snow way easier and faster. But here it takes, we will see how it takes. I'm not gonna cut that part out. I know it's a little bit boring, but I don't know. It takes, I don't know how much time we have. I think it is counting for 30 seconds already or something like that. I don't really know. But it should add the snow soon. I really don't know on what depend the timing of those calculations on processor, on RAMs of your computer. To say true, I don't know. The rendering time mostly depends on your GPU. And those calculations, I'm not really sure. I need to Google it. Yeah, so it added the snow. Let's see how it looks. I will deselect everything, and that looks really good, I think. I really like how this add-on works. And in camera view, it looks good. It looks really good. A couple things before we move on. You can adjust the snow. At least you can remove the snow a little bit. If we select this, if we go to the edit mode by pressing tab, you can see that we have this geometry. I'll get to box select mode. We have this geometry, and in my case, for example, I really don't like this bump here on the window. So you can select it like that, or you can hover your mouse on top and press L. It will select the mesh which is separated from the other mesh, but it's in the same mesh category. I don't know, just, if you have this separate mesh, you can press L, it will select. It will add up. So if you want to select 1, 2, or you see how it's going. And press delete, I don't know, faces, and it will delete. So I will delete this 2. I thought about removing those extra geometry, this extra geometry from behind the building, which we don't see, but I think we can keep it this way. If it slows down your machine by a lot, you can remove it. Feel free to do that. But I will leave it as it is, and I think I will keep all the geometry like that. That's really cool. Okay, so I will save my file, and yeah, let's jump to another lesson. So yeah, I mentioned you that I don't want to add this snow to this ground plane. Basically, I can enable selection again to this ground plane, and that's because it would slow down my rendering times and basically viewport. So I was planning to add the snow material for this ground, because I wanted to add the snow for all the scene. And that's not that hard to do, because this real snow add-on gives us the material, and really nice material. For example, if we go to the shading, you can see that I select this, and we have this Snow 706 material, and it looks kind of complex. It's not that complex, but it's not just basic principle BSDF. I'm not gonna explain the shaders in this course. I'm planning to do another course, but we basically get this material for free, and we can use it on our other geometry. For example, on our snowflakes, we can change that material to real snow material, and that would be better, I think, than just basic white principle BSDF. And we can change that to our ground material. So let's do that first. So we can go to this materials tab, we can add another material, and we can choose any of the snow materials. I'll choose the snow 0 to 1, and nothing happens because it uses the background material first. But if I will remove this background material, it will add the snow material. I don't want to do that. I will get back, because I would like to get back to this background material a little bit later. I need to assign this snow material. So I will tab in to the edit mode, select all, and I will assign this material. In this way, I will keep my background material, and I will have this snow material. And as you can see, this looks very different from this material, right? It's grungy, it's huge and it doesn't look like a snow even from the far away. That's happened because we forgot to apply the scale to our ground when we created it. If we go to the item, you can see that my scale of the ground is 9. It should be 1. And then we won't have the problems like that. That's why I accent all the time that you need to apply the scale. We can do this easily by Shift A and scale, and you see now our scale is 1 because before our snow material was also scaled by also 10 times. And now it looks way better. It looks the same like the snow that we added here. But by making this course, I figure out that my background looks better when it is bluish. So I will get back to this one. Whoa. I'll get back to this one. And I think it looks better than that snowy background. But we can add this snow material to our snowflakes because now it's not very good, it's not perfect. So we can select this. I'll go into the shading tab. I will select this. I don't know why. Oh, I can't select it because I deselected selection tool. Yeah, so where is our snowflake? Here it is, and now I can select it. And I can change this to any of the snow materials. Let's select this, and you can see my snowflake looks like that. And now my snowflakes also have the same material as the snow in the scene. So that's really good. The one problem is that, let's simulate this once again. The one problem, at least it should be, that it casts the shadow on my scene, but as I see, it didn't. I don't know why, but still I will change the shadow mode to none. It looks like we created everything we need for this scene. So now what we need to do, we need to loop this animation because I want to have a looped animation. So let's go to our particle system. We can select it here, or we can enable the selection and select it here. And let's go to the particles settings. To loop animation, we need to have the same scene at the frame 0 and at frame 200. If those frames will be the same, we can say that our animation is looped. But clearly now they are very different. Frame 0 is completely empty and the frame 200 is full of snowflakes. So what we need to do, we need to create another particle system to move it backwards and to move the existing particle system to move it forward. And for example, I can duplicate this particle system by pressing this, and here you can see duplicate particle system, and voila, I have another particle system which have the same settings as the first one. You can see this number 2, and it shows that those particle settings are used in two particle systems, in this and this. So we can press this, and now we have separate particle settings for every particle system. Why we need that? Okay, I'll delete this one and I make another duplicate. So now we have particle settings in both of those. And for example, if I want to move this to frame minus 100, because I will need to move one of my particle systems backwards and another one forward, this one also moves backwards. So we don't need that. We need the separate particle systems. So I will press this, and now those particle systems has their own settings, which are exactly the same at the moment. And for example, for this one, I would like to start at the frame minus 100 and end at the frame 100. And this one, why it's so slow? I would like to start at the frame 100 and end at the frame 300. You probably see what I did. The first particle system starts in here and ends in here. At frame 0, it will have the frame 100 of the particle system. And this, the second particle system, it starts at here and ends at here. And at this point, it will have the frame 100, which is exactly the same as the first particle system frame 100 here. And it should loop. That's the idea behind it. So that's great. But I made a test and it didn't loop for me. And I didn't understand what's wrong. But it seems that we created those particle systems and we added Brownian, this force which moves the snowflakes and make them more natural and make them more similar to the snow. So I would like to remove that. To be sure that those will be exactly the same, I will remove the second particle system again. I will make the settings that I want, and then we will move to duplicating that. So I will make Brownian 0, and let's see how it looks. The snow is falling, but it's not moving as we want it to move, right? It's not very interesting. Luckily, Blender has more than one way to create something. So instead of Brownian, we can add the force. So Shift A, and you can see force fields. And we need to add turbulence. Turbulence is here, so we can press G, Z, and move it somewhere around here. So that's great. Let's see how it looks. We need more power for turbulence, so let's go to the turbulence settings and just increase the strength to, I don't know, maybe 20. Let's see how it looks on 20. Now it's moving, and that's exactly what I need. Awesome. At the end of animation, I don't want to see the particle system 1. For example, if my particle system 1 will be still visible at the frame 200, it doesn't look like it is looped, because my frame 200 won't be the same as the frame 0. Now my particle system is still visible at frame 200 because I don't have the second particle system. If I go to the particle settings, I have only one, which is starts at minus 100. So we have a couple options what we can do to fix that. We can move the plane which emits particles way down, and to reduce the distance between the plane and the ground, and hopefully that would fix this problem, because snowflakes would have the shorter distance to move to the ground, but it has their own problems. If I move it down, it will block the light, and I don't have much space before it gets into the camera view, so I don't like this option. Another option is to increase the speed of the snowflakes.
Again, if I will increase the speed of the snowflakes, it won't look like a snowflake. It will look more like a rain. I even would like to reduce the speed even more for the snowflakes, actually. So that's not a good option, right? Another option which we will use, we can increase the length of the animation. For example, instead of having 200 frames, we can increase to 300 frames. And that should fix the problem. In 300 frames, our snowflakes should fall down and go below the ground. So let's try this. Let's go from dope sheet to the timeline. And here we have the settings of the end of the timeline. So let's set the end to 300, and now we will have animation of 300 frames. Let's play it and let's see when it ends. So we still have some snowflakes, and okay, at this frame we still have some, but at the end I'll deselect both. It's empty. It's very good. So now we fixed all the problems which didn't allow us to loop this animation. Let's duplicate this particle system now. I think we are ready. And we can even, we need to change the frame start to minus 150, and it will end at 150. Now we have a longer animation, and the lifetime of the particle system will be 300 frames. Also, if you are tired of moving this to the beginning and resimulating, there is an option to bake the animation. If we press bake, it will simulate, and for example, I can move to any keyframe I want and I can see how this animation looks like. Again, I see a problem because at the frame 300 our animation is still live, and that's not good. I will unbake, delete the bake, and I will need to increase the speed of the snowflakes. There is no other way around. We can increase the animation to 400 frames or even longer, but let's increase the speed a little bit. So to increase the speed, we will reduce the damp option to maybe 214. Is that going to be enough? I will bake that again. It's easier for me when starting this simulation. No, it's not enough. Why is that? It's very strange. We still have some snowflakes flying around. Okay. Delete the bake. Decrease even more. And let's bake again. Now it's okay. Let's see how the speed looks like. It's a little bit fast. But it's reasonably okay. If you want to slow down those snowflakes, you will need to increase the length of animation, but I will keep that at 300 frames. It's working as we want. Let's duplicate this. I have another particle system. Remember, we need to separate settings. So I press this, and let's start the frame at 150. Let's end the frame at 450. And the lifetime will be 300. Okay, let's bake this one too. And let's see how our animation looks like. I will remove this. It shouldn't be like that. Okay, it doesn't work. Delete the bake. And let's bake again. Maybe it's some bug. No, it's working. Yeah. there was some kind of a glitch or something like that. So let's test this. Let's go to the frame 0. I will snip it. Okay. And I will go to the frame 300. Those should be the same. Okay, I can type 300 here. Where is my snipper tool? And let's see if that looks the same. It looks like this is exactly the same, and we successfully looped our animation. So that's really great. So basically we finished our scene and everything looks good. I know that we have some bugs, for example this shadow. It shouldn't be there. This plane casts the shadow when the sun goes from that side, so we can easily remove that. If you remember, in Eevee we go to the material tabs and on the material that is active and change the shadow mode from opaque to none, and that fix it. The same is with this plane. We did that, we removed the shadow earlier, but if you didn't, you can change it here. That works perfectly in Eevee, but in Cycles this method isn't working. So let's go to the Cycles. I will disable denoise. So in Cycles we still have shadow from this plane and from this plane, so that's not good. In shadows we can remove it a little bit differently. We can go to this property tab and go to the shading, no, not shading, visibility and ray visibility, and we can disable the shadow. It is easy, but it is a little bit hidden. We can do the same with this plane. Let's disable the shadow, and if you will render the animation in Cycles, that will work now. And rendering settings are the same like in the last project, so if you want to learn more, I want to keep this video short, so you can check into this animated building scene in Blender. Here is the rendering settings in Eevee, and here is the rendering settings in Cycles. So you can jump into the previous course and learn on all of these things. So I will render this and I will show you the results in Eevee and in Cycles.